go on the road. At this time, I'd like to call the regular meeting to order. Clerk of the board, please call roll.
Arencibia.
Present.
Emerald.
Here.
Lopez Zepeda. Here. Segura.
Here.
Solis.
Present.
Aguirre.
Here.
This is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on matters posted for this special meeting, and in accordance with Government Code Section 54954.3A, the board will provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body concerning any item that has been described in the notice for the meeting before or during consideration of that item. Each person wishing to address an item to the meeting notice in closed session will have 2 minutes to do so.
There are no speakers, Mr. President.
If there are no further communications, I'll recess the meeting for consideration of the following closed session items as posted on the meeting notice, 4 of them. 1, student expulsion, suspended expulsions, reinstatements, Education Code Section 48916 to 48918, students identified by case number. 2, employee discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code Section 54957. 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Paragraph 2, Subdivision D of Government Code 54956. 4, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. And we will adjourn to closed session. Ta-da. This time, I'd like to reconvene the regular board meeting. Clerk of the board, please call roll.
Arencibia?
Present.
Emerald? Lopez Zepeda? Here. Segura?
Here.
Solis?
Present.
Aguirre?
Here.
Carriaga? Here.
Thank you. We'll now hold a moment of silence and pledge of allegiance. The board met in closed session, proceeding this meeting to discuss the following issues. 1, student expulsion, suspended expulsion, reinstatements, education code 48916 to 48918, students identified by case number and ID number. Student employee discipline, dismissal, release, government code section 54957. 3, conference legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of government code section 54956.9. And 4, conference of labor negotiator, government code 54957.6. The board took the following action. Moved by Solis, seconded by Arencibia to approve the agreement with Sweetwater Education Association on Article 27, part-time employment, clarifying expectations specifically for the .6 and .8 employees, and Article 12, duty hours, sunshined on March 10th. Agreeing commencing July 1st, 2023, contractual requirements to provide compensated preparation period equivalent to preparation time provided to all 7 to 12 teachers with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald, yes, Lopez Zepeda, yes, Segura, yes, Solis, yes. And that was the only action we took. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda for the March 13th, 2023 regular board meeting. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote, please.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda? Yes. Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. The board is pleased to recognize the Adult Education Division for receiving 2 prestigious awards, not 1, but 2 prestigious awards from the California Department of Education. The first is a Promising Practice Award, which was given for the promised practice of supporting career technical education students through an integral education and training program, and for supporting students with disabilities. The second award was given for the adult division having a model program for English as a second language as recognized at the state's Audit Education Conference in November 2022. We are very proud to congratulate the Director of Adult Education, Mr. Ryan Burke, the entire Adult Education Division, and the administration and staff from each of the adult school campuses. Are they coming forward, right? If they could come forward, please. These are all the, are we doing these all at once? We'll come down there, sir.
Sure, yeah, if you guys can tighten up a little bit. Yeah. Big group. Okay. Everybody ready? 1, 2, and 3. More. Excellent. Thank you.
Board President Segura made the mistake of letting me say a few words. But
No, actually, I do want to really recognize all the staff. You did it for us, but this was the type of work that took a whole division of cultural change, a different direction, a different mindset, and I'm definitely want to share that you have a tremendous set of employees in the adult ed division that are truly, truly dedicated to the outcomes in this community. It's a team that just wants to see everybody, wants to remove all the barriers. So many people in our community want something in their life. They're striving to get to that next level of work or education, and the team here with Adult Ed is incredibly dedicated to that, and thank you for your support all the way. Thank you to Dr. Moore as well for all the support he's provided us over the years.
Thank you, Dr. Berg. I know, once, you can stay right there, please. I know Trustee Emerald and myself, visited you at the campus on 4th Avenue and learned a lot, had a nice conversation around all you and your staff do in terms of supporting the students and eliminating barriers. And I was very impressed with that, and just seeing you, the culinary work that's being done there, the proposed construction type academy, and I look forward to and supporting that as much as I can. And I don't know if Trustee Emerald want to add anything.
Ever so briefly, because we do have a lot of business, but I was so overwhelmed with the tour. I was genuinely impressed with every member of the staff we spoke with students we came in contact with. Your passion and excitement for what you do, and the staff, your commitment really shines, it shows. And it's not just about eliminating barriers, but creating opportunities.
That's right.
And you do a great job, and I know that I'll be paying more visits over there over the years to support what you're trying to do and help you expand to capture more people in our community who need these opportunities going forward. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Anybody else want to comment on that from the board? No? No, okay. Okay, we'll now have a message. Thank you so much for being here. We'll now have a message from Superintendent Dr. Moises Aguirre.
Thank you, President Segura. Good evening and buenas tardes to everybody. This is going to be one of more longer updates, if anything, because there's so much to highlight and recognize. So first and foremost, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that it was 3 years ago to the day, March 13th, 2020, when our district, as well as most districts across our county and across our state, really felt the impact of COVID-19. Little did we know the depths of the impacts that were going to be felt across the globe. As we enter year 3 of this COVID-19 pandemic, we are in a different place, but we have all been transformed by this pandemic. As we move forward, it is by working together, despite what some might say, that we will be able to continue to make progress beyond the impacts of what we all experienced. In the last month, we also experienced a cybersecurity incident, and I offer my gratitude to all of our employees, families, and community members for coming together to address this unforeseen circumstance. Thank you for your patience and understanding through this difficult situation. Now on to some celebrations, as there's much to celebrate and be proud of. In the world of the arts, it has been an incredibly busy and positive time. Last week, a number of us had the privilege and opportunity to attend the district's art gala show. This was an amazing demonstration of the district's talent of our students and an amazing example of the great work of our art educators to foment and support our students' artistic abilities. On Friday and on Saturday, our district also hosted a wonderful ballet folklorico concert at San Isidro High School. Many wonderful ensembles came together to perform for their families and community members. It was a wonderful celebration as well. In addition, the district also organized the annual Strength Fest event. And again, it only helps to highlight the level of talent that our students bring to our schools. A special thank you to Mr. Jeff Cover in our Visual and Performing Arts Department, VAPA, for making these great arts events happen. Great work to the entire VAPA team. In the area of athletics, there have also been some great developments. On Saturday, our Bonita Vista High School Lady Barons basketball team played in the state championship game. Yay, Lady Barons. While they did come up short, we are incredibly proud of their efforts as the 2023 California Southern Regional Division II basketball champions. Way to go, Lady Barons. In addition to Bonita Vista High School, we also had other CIF champions locally. Olympian High School was a Division I champion in girls wrestling, a dynasty in the making, having won 3 out of the last 4 CIF championships. Montgomery High School was a Division IV champion for girls basketball. Yay, Montgomery. For girls basketball. And Mar Vista High was champion for Division V girls basketball. Also, congratulations to Mar Vista girls basketball. In addition to these team sports, we also had individual competition honorees. We have seen seven students, athletes who were champions in wrestling for both boys and girls competition. We also had 4 teams who were CIF runner-ups. So it's Montgomery High for boys basketball open division. Congratulations to Montgomery High boys basketball open division as runner-ups. Otay Ranch High for Division II boys basketball. Again, level of excellence. Sweetwater High School for Division I boys soccer. And Bonita Vista High Division II for girls water polo. Just a wonderful demonstration of athletic performance and commitment across our district. There were also 8 student athletes who qualified for the California State Wrestling Meet. So congratulations to the following: Isabella La Madrid from Eastlake High School, Daya Kawashiro from Olympian High School, Alina Solis from Olympian High School, Evelyn Coronado from Montgomery High School, Diego Peraza Aguilar from Chula Vista High School, Dylan Hartley from Mar Vista High School, David Mitrovich from Eastlake High School, and Angel Martinez from San Isidro High School. Great job to all of our student athletes for a wonderful winter season of sport. You've made all of us proud. And we also hosted a celebration for all of our student athletes during the Metro Conference Awards on March 8th, where we honored all of our student athletes. In addition, on March 8th, we honored International Women's Day. I want to say thank you to all of our wonderful female leaders throughout our district. Congratulations on this International Women's Day. Also, the month of March celebrates National Athletic Trainer Appreciation Month. We are proud that every single one of our schools has an athletic trainer. Congratulations to each and every single one of you. On Friday, March 10th, our district's Safety and Security Director, Mr. John Tchaikovsky, presented at the San Diego County School Threat Assessment Conference. Mr. Tchaikovsky, great job representing our district at this very important conference on this very important topic. Great job to demonstrate how our district is at the vanguard of these efforts. And I also want to take a moment to congratulate 3 of our 4 administrators who were recognized by the Association of California School Administrators as Administrators of the Year in their respective areas. Ms. Jana Sather in Transportation. Congratulations, Jenna. Ms. Nina Hermosillo is Assistant Principal. She's Assistant Principal at Eastlake High School. Congratulations to Ms. Hermosillo. And congratulations to Dr. Vernon Moore in the area of Student Services. Congratulations, Dr. Moore. Also last week, we were in a bargaining session with our Sweetwater Education Association regarding technical education teachers, as we have arrived at a tentative agreement pending future ratification. I think this is a great way to work with CTE teachers to continue to strengthen our CTE pathways. So congratulations. Again, this is, we appreciate the collaboration because, again, this is truly the path forward. So as it may be evident, it has been a very, very busy quarter, and we're all ready to head into our spring break starting next week. I wish everyone a safe and happy spring break as we prepare for the final stretch of the 2022-23 school year. And with that, muchas gracias. Whew.
Yes, thank you, sir. We'll now have a report from the Student Board Representative, Laila Cariaga.
Hi, good evening and happy National Women's History Month. I know last meeting the topic of the bathrooms at various schools and their accessibility to students was being remedied, and it is still an ongoing issue, but progress has been made and many schools are increasing the amount of open during lunch and passing periods. We continue to discuss and collaborate with ASU presidents, student services, and school site administrators to come up with positive solutions. Good news about transportation was shared with us at the last ASU president meeting. The ASU presidents caught wind of the good news firsthand from Ms. Sather about the Assembly Bill 181 that delineates the transportation plan for unduplicated students. The application process for the school buses will be easier. There will be a pause on bus pass fees, and the window for application will be moved to an earlier date to make it easier on parents. Also excitingly, MTS will be extending the program that makes passes free for anyone under 2018 until June of 2024. I hope I'm not stealing your thunder. I cannot emphasize enough how important this change is for so many students around the district. Getting from point A to point B is now not only easier, but free. The number of students who would have been forced to walk or are walking today will be reduced dramatically, and I cannot thank Ms. Sather enough and her colleagues for all the hard work that they have been put into this. Thank you. Student empowerment continues to be a priority. I am currently collaborating across the district departments and schools to increase student empowerment efforts. This collaborative effort includes Mr. Lopez, ASB presidents, ASB assistant principals, and Dr. Bravo. The goal is to get a GSA, Pan Asian, BSU, and MECHA, and Y4SF at every school in our district, which, if you didn't know, are affinity groups. And I am currently working on a plan to do so first at my own school so that I can help others follow suit. It is a slow process, but in the end, I know the goal we are working towards will reap so many more benefits. Great results can be achieved from small forces. Sun Tzu. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on any matter not on the agenda and have 3 minutes each to do so. Pursuant to board bylaw, the board may limit this time for public comments on any single topic to 20 minutes per topic. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action on or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda, but will refer the matter to the Superintendent's Office for review and report. Speakers, please speak in a respectful manner, and thank you for your cooperation.
Katina Rondow.
Hi, Katina Rondeau, speaking as an individual. I'd just like you guys to all imagine, just for a moment, an individual getting accosted sexually, and then further imagine that that's your loved one, your child, your son, your daughter, wife, brother, brother-in-law, grandma, whatever. It's horrific. There needs to be accountability for hiring a sex offender. We have highly qualified teachers we could have recalled. Why hire someone who was fired in another district? The gentleman in question, the Otay Ranch teacher that's in the news that we hired, was fired from another district. I think the most basic thing to do is to call the former employer and find out, get some reference on the guy. Why would we hire a sex offender when we haven't even recalled one of our RIF teachers? Second thing I want to talk about is the data breach and the redacted attorney costs for hiring those firms. Why are those redacted? That's public information, right? But they're redacted. Why are we paying multiple law firms when we're already paying for our general counsel? Someone can explain that. Alternative education. Once again, Alt-Ed, there's not even anything up for discussion, and you guys are threatening to close the learning centers once again. I know we had an ally, Mr. Segura, a few years back in 2020, where he voted to keep those going, but the board then decided to close all the learning centers. Vernon Moore, as part of the MOU, you were tasked with doing the due diligence of looking at all Alt-Ed programs. The committee has met sparsely over the span of 2 years, and this board still hasn't presented to the public those findings. Many speak of Joel Fulcher and how he closed the learning centers. He did not vote, the board did. It is a board that closed them in 2020, and it is this board that is following blindly a man that keeps saying it's a cost-effective move to close learning centers. We have very smart teachers, and we can show that the learning centers are cost-effective, and they're graduating students. But let's get over the cost for a moment. The ultimate cost is not being paid by the administration. It's the students that are paying for it. The last 2 years of Rainbow graduations have had more administrations and teachers in attendance than there are graduating students. Also, Sweetwater Union High School District has pinched kids into a program where they have had their extended year taken away, as well as their daily program of 2 hours. Most kids get 6 hours a day. Those that go to learning centers, they get 2 hours a day every day. But when they're transferred from that learning center model to the only option really is probably independent study, they get one 30-minute meeting a week. Where's the consideration of the child's free and appropriate public education? Is this board aware that we are also placing our most vulnerable students with special needs in the same program? The district may argue those students receive more time. How much more? 30 minutes more. Special ed kids only get 60 minutes per week. We say, families, you get 1 hour. For the most needy kids, we're even throwing fundamentals in there because we don't have many options. I also want to inform every employee
Please
of their
wrap it up.
rights. What
Please
was
wrap
that?
it up.
Yes. You are protected under the Whistleblower Act, so please contact authorities if you know something is going wrong. All of my teachers, union brothers and sisters, if you are not being heard by your union, you have a right to go up the chain of command within CTA. You can also file a complaint with the Public Employee Review Board at area code 916-322-3198. Thank you.
Jay Viveros.
Good evening, President Segura, Dr.
Welcome,
Ayer,
sir.
Board of Trustees, executive staff, guests. My youngest goes to Otay Ranch High School. My youngest has a disability. My youngest has an IEP. My youngest was injured without any assistance from Otay Ranch High School. She was there on a Saturday school. She was doing a task by herself. Oh, her IEP, she's visually impaired. So she's doing something, she got hurt. A student saw, went to the teacher sent them to the office of the AP. AP was roaming around somewhere, the door was locked. My daughter sat on that pavement for over 15 minutes when my wife got here. I'm gonna assume it was only 15 minutes because maybe she rushed, maybe she stayed in the speed limit. So I'm gonna assume it was, let's say she may have gone over, so let's assume 15 minutes minimum. She went to Children's Hospital. She had to get her cast on her foot. My wife come in the following Monday, went to the desk. I'm gonna err on the side of caution saying Otay or the school district, no, I'm not gonna blame her. Said, my daughter needs to be able to get around school. The person at the desk says, oh, we don't have that. You gotta go to see Miss Leves, I think it is. She's gotta do independent study. Went over there, they said, well, no, we don't have this. You gotta do independent study. So my youngest got stuck staying home for 3 weeks having to do independent study. We found out when she went to get a cast off that it was gonna have to be on again for 2 more weeks because the Naval Medical Center only keeps it on 4 weeks at a time. Went back to the school, said, she needs to get into school. Once again, we got to, oh, well, no, she did independent study. I said, no. By her not getting assistance doing this year, that was negligence on the school. I told the wife, what, should I make a lawsuit on this? They didn't follow the IEP fate that we were just speaking about. I said, but let's go talk to them. So I was told, okay, what they're gonna do, they're gonna have the campus assistant take my youngest one to her classes here, because that's the only way to get around, because she can't traverse down ramps with her cast and crutches and the slope. So first day, she sat in room 421, 2 hours. What's going on? What's going on? So 2 classes she didn't get to. Of course, my wife got contacted by somebody. She contacted me. I had to contact the school. Oh, they'll get back with you. At 1400, I called the school. Oh, the AP will get back with you, the one I spoke to earlier. Nothing happened. Of course, I had to take off Tuesday from work. Stuff went gone. I took Thursday off of work. I came in Friday about issues because I went to the district here, the Tuesday. Once again, I come back here Friday. The person at the window should not say, we don't think there's any type of administrators here. Just say, what they should come to a customer like me, say, well, we'll see if we got anybody that can help you. Instead of saying, we don't think there's any administrators here, because had I been walked out of there, I'd went right into legal action. I'm not want to go legal action against Sweetwater, but what's happening is her cane's probably coming off Wednesday. She's gonna have another 2 more days of going around. And I hope they don't just assume that, oh no, she's got the cane off, she's in her boots, she can get around on crutches, because she can't traverse the steps, being visually impaired, or the ramps. That's too steep there. They may say 2 weeks, which means that's good, because over the spring break is coming up. So if she has to wear the boot for 2 weeks, guess what? She'll be full mobility come school starts up. If they say 4 weeks, it's gonna be another 2 weeks. So if it's gonna be an extra 2 weeks, I'll make sure I go back and I'll let them know Thursday or Friday that it's gonna be extended 2 weeks after that. But like I said, they asked me if I want to make a formal, I'm not gonna make a formal complaint though. Just want them to do their job there. I wasn't going to IEP, FAPE, but I'll say that for the next meetings. For some people may not know about IEPs, FAPE, which like I said, free appropriate public education. I've also seen another mother there who had an IEP child, so probably my best thing to do instead of blasting on the school or the school district would be start educating people on IEPs, FAPE, LRE, because what they did was they didn't give the least. They did the most, because the least, LRE, you know what LRE stands for, least restrictive environment. The least would have been letting her into class. The most extreme was keeping her home. So as long as they're able to get her around, we're good to go. But as I said, these next meetings, I'm not gonna go blast. Next meetings, I'll go through IEP, FAPE, LRE and everything. The Individuals Disabilities Act, the Rehabilitation Act 73, so I'll make sure I print that out so everybody can have that on the next future meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathleen Shears?
Good evening. Before I begin, my number one pet peeve about the dais historically has been when people speak and you don't listen. You don't look at them. Mr. Solis, you always do. Dr. Aguirre, you always do. And I commend you. These people take their time. I don't care if you don't look at me. There's not much to look at here. Okay. Good evening. For years, I have read these words on agenda items. The board agenda item supports LCAP Goal 4, coherent and transparent systems. I have listened to the dais speak the word transparency, yet last month when the district had the opportunity to demonstrate transparency to all stakeholders on an issue they did not cause, it chose instead to fail and attempt to cover up the breach of our data systems. The true facts, however, shared with a chosen few. It is clear the adult ed breach back in October of 22, also undisclosed to all, proved so easy the hackers came back for more. Other districts, major health organizations, many entities far larger than Sweetwater, the victims of ransom for data, yet they clearly stated it. Yet Sweetwater once again lived up to its reputation, earned in the largest corruption case in San Diego history, and chose to deceive. What brainiac recommended this? Surely no person on the taxpayers paid for payroll. Did a legal firm or PR firm advise you to deceive? Names, please. Your very reputations, some of your career futures put at risk. What of the valuable employees who look to you for leadership? Did you even consider them? The silence of union leadership spoke volumes. Then there is the voting community. Trustees, where were your voices? New districts, new trustees, is your silence what we are to expect from you? Ms. Emerald, surely an investigative reporter of your respected stature understands our disappointment. If stakeholders cannot depend on the district or our trustee representatives to offer transparency on such an issue like this, how are we to believe anything you say? As a community member, I am respectfully asking this board for a presentation next month detailing the how of the breach, the who recommended the deceitful description, precise accounting of what and whose personal data was breached, the true cost, and what stopgaps have been implemented to deter future breaches. Was retiree data stolen? Dais members, are you better than this? In my heart of hearts, I believe 2 of you are. 2 of you, it's too early to tell. I thank you for your time.
Tom Mayer?
Hello, this is Tom Mayer, Learning Center teacher at Sweetwater Sweetwater High School. Sorry, you know what I do and how I earn my living. It's main reason I'm here tonight is because, like with that gentleman right over there, what he had to go through with his daughter is absolute insanity. If he was in a learning center, that wouldn't have happened at all. We were like, you have a situation, we'll deal with it, we'll take care of it, you'll be taken care of. That is why we're there. I gotta make sure this thing is on. You guys, there's a reason why we have Learning Center, right? We created it and put it in business in '85 for a reason. It's been here that long. What we're looking for right now is, we know this is not something where you can like sit down and try to hammer out all of our details, but we have had an MOU going for 3 years that has kept it alive while we've been trying to coast through this 26 credit cotton candy diploma. Let's get real, okay? The 44 is back, and that starts with the following class. That means when you come into July, we only have 1 class left that can get 26 credits. I don't know how much of these guys are being informed on that or how much you actually know, because this isn't like super common knowledge, right? But after next year, these kids are back to the 44, and she's not happy. That's 18 credits different, and we do not have a deficiency program in place. We currently do. This right now, and all we're asking for is yet another MOU. We haven't moved any kids yet. We haven't moved any staff yet. We have everybody in place. Let us get through to the 26. Try out some of these programs we've insisted that are going to work somehow. For some reason, one of them is being mentioned as adult school, which is great. as a post-secondary type thing and not a secondary option. That's not supposed to be listed as a potential for a kid. That's, well, we screwed it up. He needs to go to adult school now because we failed him. That's ridiculous. I love adult school, by the way, but it's not a solution for my LC kids. So what I'm basically saying is you give us the year, whatever it is you have in plan, you think's going to work out, and this is all based on non-assessment. This is based on a hunch. We have absolutely nothing on that list that has any background or history whatsoever in dealing with credit deficiency and a correct placement. Like for him right there. That's a bad scene. That scene's over. You stay out of court. We ain't got a FAPE issue. That kid's graduating. We're high-fiving her. Everybody wins. You win. We have a lot of happy times right now. We don't want to rain on the parade. We want to keep it going. We want to be a part of that. Give us the MOU next year. It's just common sense. You have everything in place. Why would you not want to use it when you don't have a replacement? Next year, come up with something else. I will help you. I will pack up Learning Center. I'll be there. I'm not married to Learning Center. I'm married to my district and my kids. I want to make sure everybody's taken care of. Learning Center fills that void. If we don't have a credit deficiency program at the end of next year with 44 credits banging on the door, wanting to have answers, you do not have a program to make up 18 credits in differential. How are you going to defend yourselves in court? How are you going to defend yourselves against FAPE? What's happening? It's like, we understand you guys have problems with us with our contract and everything. That's not as bad as you think it is, guys. We've been doing a lot of conversating. A lot of things have been shifting back and forth, and you guys are much closer than you could possibly conceive to getting exactly what you wanted back in 2020. I got to make sure that's crystal clear. I don't know who tells anybody what, but what you've been looking for, it's in the palm of your hands right now. If you're willing, if you're willing to look at it, talk to both sides of the cabinet here and ask them their opinion on it. Okay, because I know for a fact we have several trustees here.
Please wrap up.
I'm wrapping up. That are absolutely, totally on my side on this. Someone's got to speak up and do something about it. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Bion? I got it, yeah.
Before I start my time, Ms. Chairs, I respect you, but I disagree. This union leadership is never silent.
You're not.
Good evening, Dr. Gary and Board of Trustees. I'm here tonight to once again ask you to reconsider the closure of the 3 remaining learning centers that serve some of our most at-risk students and our students who, for a variety of reasons, simply have not been successful at the comprehensive sites. The students at the learning centers rely on this program as a means to completing their education, and without this program might not be able to complete their high school diploma. In a letter shared on December 13th, the district highlighted a number of items that have occurred which helped to transition towards closing the learning centers, most of which didn't actually happen, nor did Dr. Moore share the working group's recommendations with Cabinet and the board in a presentation that he promised he would. The working group emphatically recommended keeping the 3 learning centers and adding 1 on the east side. In the same letter to the families, they were told that they would have a number of options that their students could utilize in lieu of the learning centers. The letter provided names of programs, but limited information about the programs. Counselors were then tasked with moving all students who were not viable to graduate in June 2023 to these programs. In a meeting on January 9th, counselors specifically asked Dr. Moore for more clear and concise guidelines and timelines to ensure they would have ample time to meet with the students and their families to help educate them and make the best decision for their student. In typical Dr. Moore fashion, he uttered a few, and offered no clear, concise answers. The only clear message Dr. Moore shared was that he would report back to Cabinet and to the board that the associations were willing to negotiate language to help keep the 3 remaining learning centers open. I'm sure that also did not happen. Since that January 9th meeting, counselors have now been tasked with moving kids who won't graduate this year out of the learning centers ASAP, as this timeline apparently works better for the assistant principal at Independent Study. I'm sorry, but when did we start doing things in the best interest of administration and not in the best interest of students? Additionally, if the learning centers are open till the end of the year, why can't these students stay and earn as many credits as possible and then start at their new program next year, as long as the referral's been made? The whole unorganized debacle has now resulted in us actually losing kids in the process. Despite being told not to drop these kids, some of them have been dropped. A lot of the 18-year-olds who are not going to graduate this year have been pushed to the adult school. I thought it was their choice on where they wanted to go. So I ask you this, did we just give up on all of those kids? Why? I want to publicly go on record as saying none of this is the counselor's or the teacher's fault. The fault all lies with the person in charge, Dr. Moore, which is really sad because you'd expect more from someone who was just recognized as a Student Services Administrator of the Year by the Association of California Educators. At a minimum, you'd think he'd be about serving kids.
Thank you.
No further speakers.
Thank you. Clerk of the Board, would you please read the items being pulled from the consent agenda?
Yes, the following items are pulled. F3 by staff, F7 by the public, G3 by Mr. Segura, G7 by the public, G9 by the public, H3 by the public, excuse me, H4 by the public, H5 by staff and the public, K5 by staff, K6 by the public, L1 by the public, M2 by the public, O1 by the public, O2 by the public, and Q4 by the public.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia? Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, we can move to F3, reports, request for information and policy direction to staff, board communication. I'll go first. I've had quite a few, participated in a few things throughout since the last board meeting. Like superintendent had mentioned, I was able to participate and be a part of the art gala, which was phenomenal. And just seeing and I made it to in person to see all the students, all the proud parents and proud educators, and I know Trustees Lopez Zepeda was there when I was there, and I think she was truly impressed, and I was happy to, one of the highlights of being board president is you get a pick, and then you get an award, those students, a ribbon. So I had selected Nathaniel Mejia Hernandez and Crystal Infante for their beautiful artwork. And it was phenomenal. And the best of show was a blue, it was a blue penguin, a blue fairy penguin. That was the title of it. And it was an amazing piece of Prismacolor art, and it was just impressive. So I really enjoyed that. I also attended a Castle Park High Title IX meeting. I think it was maybe the 8th year or so I've been involved with that, and it was productive, and we could wind that down. And keep, not just wind down the meetings with the attorneys, but just and keep doing what we need to do to support the ladies on campus in regards to their sports and everything. And I was able to visit, I got invited by teacher and coach Victor Vargas at Castle Park, and I attended his ethnic studies class, the end of it, and then the beginning of a ELD math. I was just able to speak to the students briefly, and it was really interesting just to communicate with them and see where they're at and what they're doing. And I look forward to continued ethnic studies. Next year, he was telling me he was going to teach, I think it was Mexican-American studies next year, so I look forward to visiting that. I also went to the SUHI and versus Point Loma San Diego CIF Division I soccer championship for the boys. Over the last few weeks. It was super cold. It was at Torrey Pines. It was super cold. I felt bad there was a lot of students from the South Bay up north, and it's a lot colder up there than it is right here. And I saw them shaking and freezing, and I felt really bad. And unfortunately, we didn't win, but they certainly had a tremendous year. I'm very proud of them. Attended the STEM fair that was at the Otay Ranch with Lopez Zepeda, trustee, and that was incredible. They had, I forget how many students had signed up, but there was like an additional 40 or 50, I can't remember, that just showed up, and they were able to judge, and there was over 100, and these were like serious, like science studies that they were doing, and they wrote up the whole thing, and it was very impressive. I was blown away just by the skill of these students, and just something that just impresses me with all how much they're into it, and just the work that's done by everybody to make that happen. And then I attended a VEX elementary school state finals the other day at Montgomery, and that was really cool to see all the youngsters there building their robots and competing. And like I mentioned earlier, I had a CTE visit adult education visit with Trustee Emerald up at the campus on 4th Avenue. And that concludes my report. Anyone want to go next? Trustee Solis.
Thank you, President Segura. As Dr. Aguirre had mentioned about our awardees, there was one missing for our Parent Volunteer of the Year, Ms. Guadalupe Estrada. So she, on the SDCSBA part of it, that's why probably you didn't see it. But yeah, so she will be getting that award on that same day, May 27th. So. And I also attended a meeting with Dr. Aguirre, Port Commissioner Sandy Naranjo, Executive Director of Birch Aquarium at Scripps, Harry Helling, and Manager of Youth and Community Programs at Birch Aquarium, Miss Emily Arnold, regarding the addition of seventh grade science classes at with working hands-on with oceanographers at UCSD, with UCSD, and it's all free of charge, and I believe they're going to be going out in April, and it's going to be 2 classes, one from Granger, one from National, so they'll be out there with oceanographers working hands-on. So it's all free of charge, even the bus. They're going to pay us back for the bus ride. So thank them for allowing our students to participate in that. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Solis. Anybody? Trustee Elvis Lopez Zapata, go ahead.
Thank you, President Segura. Well, as President Segura stated, I attended the Science Research Fair at Otay Ranch, and I was very impressed with how fast things moved to get things accommodated for the extra 40 students that showed up that had not registered but were able to fully participate. Some of the students' science projects were extremely interesting. One of them that really grabbed me, well, there was a couple of them, but the one that was really amazing was a young lady was growing chicks in a cup from an egg. And so she had several cups and was able to grow them for 19 days, the longest one that went. And it was really, really interesting because she had it in a video. And of course, she had photographs. But when you saw it in the video and see how the chick developed in the cup, it was amazing. And so I personally loved it, because I spent a lot of time talking to the kids and inviting them, hey, can you bring your project to my classroom? This is something that my students would greatly enjoy. And they're like, who are you? I'm a teacher. And then last week, we fought the rain and went to the art gala. And that was very amazing. And one of the things I asked is like, can I buy some of these pieces? Because there was some that I really, really loved. They were amazing pieces of work. And the parents were very proud. The students were very proud. And a lot of the winners were very shocked. And it was amazing just to see how many parents were there, students were there, their teachers, and how happy everybody was. And I'm thinking, I think I want to do this at my school. But other than that, thank you, President Segura.
Thank you. Anyone else? Trustee Emerald, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you very much. And it was a great tour at the adult school over here. It was just great. If people haven't been there, it's worth dropping in and seeing the wonderful workplaces where people are learning a trade and getting ready to go out there in the workplace and make a good living. A couple of big meetings this week were online. One is education for the future, and school elect trustees and school administrators from throughout our county get together for once a month to talk about the biggest issues that they're seeing in education. And of course, one is dropping enrollment in our public schools, and how do we earn back the public's trust and their kids. And these are ongoing discussions, and it's a great organization. If anybody is interested in learning more about it, we can plug you in. A big one this week, and it was all about technology, and you know me, I'm the technology antichrist. What can I say? I thought it was me that was dropping out, and it wasn't. It was the system up at San Marcos. But we had law enforcement from all levels of public safety. Local agencies, our regional agencies, national law enforcement. So we had local police all the way through the FBI and others who specialize in terrorism. And the big subject, of course, was violence on campuses. I think that all of us have our heads spinning, it seems, almost on a daily basis with headlines about shootings on our school campuses. And how is it that we can identify people beforehand who may be a threat and isolate them, maybe find support for them, and prevent this kind of violence that is taking so many lives. You know, gun violence now is the leading cause of death for children in the United States, far more than auto accidents or any other kind of trouble that may face people. It's gun violence for children. So very important that we learn more about how we can prevent it. And the law enforcement entities that were represented are happy to meet with us on a district by district basis to talk about the signs that we should look for. And so often the signs may go back a year or more, recognizing students who have some difficulties or exhibit certain behaviors. And often they go online with manifestos or threats that are made and not taken seriously. And what law enforcement told us is we have to take it seriously for the good of the children, the staff, everybody in the school community, but also, and it's about accountability. And ultimately, school districts wind up being responsible. We wind up being liable in many cases where harm is done. So those were the key messages. It stopped me cold. I've got a long career in, as Mrs. Cheers said, law enforcement and investigative journalism. And this is something, these are details that we all have to take very seriously as parents and members of the community, teachers, administrators, all of us here in this room working together to make sure that our campuses here in Sweetwater are safe and our children can feel confident that they can come home from school at the end of the day without being harmed. So it was a big meeting, and I hope there will be follow-ups and perhaps even some kind of meetings here in our district so that communities can come together and offer issues and solutions that we could apply here in our district to keep everybody safe. So thanks for the time, President Segura.
Thank you. Anyone else? Dr.
Just
Arancibia.
I want to say, the Bonita Vista women's basketball team, we are incredibly proud of you all. To my niece and the coaches and everybody that came up, you showed us the best of what the South Bay is. And win or lose, you are our champions, and you are the champions of this community. And we see you. We're going to be cheering you the same next year, if not harder, and we're going to be supporting you as much as possible. Coach Tristan Lamb did a phenomenal job. It was just a joy to see them on TV, and I can't leave out the BMD as well. They both groups, Sound and Machine, went up the coast and they won awards, even if it's third place. But it's important that we recognize everyone in our community. And as a proud parent and uncle, I just like to be recognizing them.
Thank you. Thank you all. So with that, we can move to F7, pulled by the public.
Yes, I have 3 speakers. Kathleen Cheers.
Even now, a month and a day after the breach, the agenda item deflects. Thank you, Dr. Aguirre, for stating the facts tonight. Paragraph 2 of the agenda item, there it is again, the word transparency. Yet the secrets continue. Page 8 of 11, fifth paragraph, Phase 1A will cost, who knows? It's redacted. Why? These are our tax dollars you're spending. If one takes the time to study all the attachments, it's crystal clear this was a major breach. Did we pay a ransom? If so, how much? Do we not have the right to know? Will a PRA divulge if a ransom was paid and fill in the amounts fill in the redacted areas of the attachments? Will the community need to contact Corey Briggs to learn the answers? New trustees, was the handling of this situation up to your standards? If not, we need your voices. Respectfully, allow me to remind you, you're sitting on that dais to represent us, the community. You were not voted in to continue with the dysfunction we have endured for far too many years. Please tell me the campaign fundraiser get-togethers, the political affiliations, friendships with past board members are not taking precedence over your sworn oath. School districts are comprised of 3 major leadership roles. All 3 are supposed to be separate. The superintendent works for the best interest of the district as a whole. The teacher and other unions work in the best interest of its members. And you trustees are supposed to be our voices, voices representing students, parents, and community. I do not see the 3 as adversaries, but as individual representation willing to challenge yet compromise. Early into this new board, many into the community are already beginning to ask questions and raise concerns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Katina Rondow.
Katina Rondo, speaking as an individual. As a taxpayer and employee, I have serious concerns about the recent data security incident that occurred within our school district, given that another data security incident occurred only a few months prior. It leaves me wondering whether the district took appropriate measures to protect sensitive information and personal information, including names, social security numbers, driver's license numbers, financial account information, and other sensitive data maintained in the human resources and financial systems. Presumably, Sweetwater Union High School District has cybersecurity insurance and routinely receives analyses of potential weaknesses. However, are these analyses reviewed? Are preventative measures taken to protect the personally identifiable information of students and staff members? I know for a fact that just for the last couple of decades, probably, the IT director, maybe not the one in place, but previous ones, they all could see that we were vulnerable. There were vulnerabilities, and this could have happened. They could foresee it. Their concerns probably just fell on deaf ears. This item appears to be a request for legal services not to exceed $75,000, but there are numerous redactions in the contracts attached. How does the board and taxpayers know that these items do not exceed the amount listed in the posted item? Can the school district legally redact financial amounts on contracts presented to the school board in public? What is a specific justification for why the financial information was redacted? Furthermore, it appears that these agreements were fully executed and entered by the general counsel and superintendent about a month ago. This begs a question as to why employees and students who had unauthorized acquisition, disclosure, or access to their personal information have not been expediently informed without unreasonable delay, and whether other required government agencies such as the California Attorney General have been informed. While current employees have been offered 1 year of ID theft protection, retirees, separated individuals, and employees with spouses and dependents have yet to be offered this protection, despite numerous employees inquiring about protection for their spouses and family members. In addition, I would like to know what the students and taxpayers are receiving in return for the general counsel's salary of roughly $300,000, including statutory costs. It also raises concern that the work under her jurisdiction is routinely handled by other firms. In conclusion, I urge the board to take the necessary actions to ensure that the district takes all appropriate measures to protect the sensitive and personal information of students and staff members. And my son, who, identity theft happens for little guys too that are under 18. It is critical that the district takes proactive steps to prevent future data breaches and to ensure that employees and students are informed in a timely manner if a data breach occurs. Listen to your IT guy, your IT team. They're the experts. If they're saying we have vulnerabilities, give them what they need so that this doesn't happen again. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank
Michelle
you.
Beal.
Early Sunday morning on February 12th, a number of employees, including myself, began to experience issues with some of the district systems. I personally reported my concern to Dr. Winters, who at 8:02 p.m. responded, "Meeting with IT right now to analyze issue and communicate. More to come shortly." At about 9:26 p.m. that evening, the message then changed to, "In an abundance of caution, we're about to shut down all IT systems and file servers district-wide while we investigate a security incident." Yet, when I reported to work on February 13th, I still had access to district systems, and a total shutdown did not actually occur until later that evening. The district's message to the community via news stations was that this outage has had limited impact to school operations, including loss of some systems utilized by teachers and staff, including email, which couldn't be further from the truth. Counselors, teachers, clerical staff, and administrators had to immediately jump into action and create a plan to operate without access to most systems, and I can say that they all rose to the occasion to ensure students' education was not impacted. On February 24th, Dr. Aguirre, you sent a letter to staff informing them of the February 12th outage as a result of data security incident and stated that the incident was quickly contained. What do you consider quickly? I noticed my computer issues early on the morning of February 12th and again had access to most of them until February 13th. So what was happening with my personal information during that time period? I think what's the most frustrating in this situation is a lack of transparency provided to staff, students, and community by the district. As I've told you repeatedly, Dr. Aguirre, nothing in this district is confidential. Staff knew about the ransomware emails, ransom being requested, and our files being sent back to us to show that they had in fact been compromised. The reality of it is that this type of thing is happening all over the place, and it's not isolated to our district. Why not just be honest with people so that they had the opportunity to protect their personal information? Because I'm pretty sure all those who knew exactly what was happening protected their personal information. Doesn't Miss Carriaga have a right to know when she graduates if her information was utilized the whole time she was in school? And while we are on the topic of transparency, I echo the last two speakers. Why is so much of the information on the attachments redacted? If we're being transparent, then shouldn't the public have access to all of the information? Here we are a month and a day, and we're still getting spam emails. We're still getting emails that say, please don't click on this. So what did we really resolve? Lastly, during the chaotic time experienced by IT, who were working their butts off around the clock, one employee went out of her way to recognize how hard that department was working. And I want to say thank you to Veronica Plummer for feeding the IT department. I happened to be at IT when those bagels arrived, and I can tell you they truly appreciated it.
Thank you.
No further speakers?
Okay, so we have F7 in front of us. Do we have, I'll entertain a motion, or if there's any questions or comments. Trustee Emerald?
I know that there's still a great deal of sensitivity about this because there are pending legal issues, but could either our general counsel or superintendent address the questions that have been raised by these citizens?
Superintendent?
Yes. As you mentioned, Trustee Emerald, there are still outstanding legal considerations, and that's why at this point we will limit further discussion unless our general counsel would like to add more to that.
Not at this time. We've been sending out communications as we're able to share them.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved in second, vote please.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. That moves us to G3. That was me.
Yes.
And I just pulled that just because it had, or because it applies to a lot of the stuff we're doing, and I didn't want to let that just go through all the Gs and all these purchases for CTE programs and different pathways, medical equipment, equipment for electric vehicle training. I'm just really happy to see that, and I have been a big advocate of our CTE programs, not only construction, but anything that gives our students additional experiences before they get out of school, I think is key and huge. And so they're not just, they have both options for college and career. And I'm just very happy to see this and look forward to seeing more. So with that, I'll entertain a motion for G3.
So moved.
I'll second. Vote, please.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia? Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
G7, pulled by the public.
I have one speaker, Kathleen Shears.
Thank you, Mr. Segura. You are correct. You've always championed for CTE, and it is appreciated by the community. I would like to commend this expenditure. My efforts primarily are trades, as those of you that have been around and listened to me ad nauseum, because I was a foster parent and several of my foster sons were not college-bound, their choice, but their choices were limited. Those students who desire to pursue trades versus college will definitely be helped by Sweetwater's efforts to provide a quality CTE program in automotive repair. I am sure you will agree a career in this industry will result in goals of the Sweetwater leadership and this board. Students graduating with viable, well-paying career paths. Question, recommendation. How are Sweetwater's efforts to provide such programs communicated to the community? What efforts are made to educate our elementary feeder districts, the student populations, and parents as it relates to the various Sweetwater CTE programs? Undoubtedly, partnering with those stakeholders has the potential to increase student attendance. Thank you.
No further speakers.
That was it. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so this one was very impressive to me, and I geek out on that sort of stuff, especially because it's a Klein product, and I've always been a Klein fan. As an electrician, they sold the top-of-the-line electrical testing equipment, in my opinion, and most of it was made in the United States. And I do know that we do collaborate with, I'll throw it to you, Superintendent, with Chula Vista Elementary School District, and even more now. I believe recently, I know STEM and CT coordinator Brahim Wahib has met with Michael Bruner when they were up north at a conference, a CT conference, and he'd mentioned that he'd bumped into him there, and they had a lot of good discussions. We're going to meet going forward. And I actually went to a Chula Vista Elementary School District. They have at their innovation station, energy innovation station at Orange Avenue. It was incredible, and I was actually in the business manager of the Electrical Workers Union and partnered with NECA, who contributed 20 grand overall to help put that in place, and to see the students and the kids building circuits and continuing, and not only that, but just learning all the different careers that are in the energy sector, renewable energy sector. And I just think that's super important. And maybe you could add any other collaborations that we have. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you, President Segura. Certainly, this has been an area of focus in conversations I've had with Dr. Alvarez, particularly as we're all aware, the state of California is moving towards a carbon-free future where by the year 2035, vehicles are expected to be an electrified fleet. So, Dr. Alvarez, can you speak to how kind of we partner with our feeder districts and share this information with our stakeholders?
Good evening, Dr. Aguirre, Mr. Segura, board members, Ms. Carriaga, public. Our CTE program offers 11 career pathways, and those pathways are fully articulated with not only our partner district, Southwestern Community College, but also with some of the college-level courses at SDSU and other community colleges within the San Diego area. I think the main element in terms of how do we make sure that our elementary school partners are aware is really that vertical articulation with the feeder schools. And so all of our schools have feeder days where students come onto campus, and then we also have an exchange where our students go onto campus. In the area of CTE, one of the primary areas that we do that is through coding classes where our students teach coding to elementary school teachers, students and teachers. They also support robotics at the school sites. And so through those engagement activities, there's the ability to share what our pathways are. And our intent really is, just as you said, to offer a full school and career opportunity for our students so that when they leave here, they leave with certifications. Industry level certifications. You saw in the past, we brought some certification this board meeting, there's also some additional, I think there's 9 certifications from Pearson's that we're bringing forward, where students can take the course on our campus, not only get the industry standard certification, but also get college credit for that course. And so there's a lot of things that we're doing to ensure that our students have those really real-world, relevant, hands-on experience. Having high-quality materials, resources, and supplies, such as Klein. Klein is a local operator. They're located, I believe, in North County. And so having the service technicians, the technology, the insight, the professional development to also support our school site staff is really critical. So we're really trying to bring in the latest type of resources to our school sites so that our students leave prepared.
You concluded that perfectly. It is real-world training tools that the professionals are using right now. And so that's what's super impressive, and I look forward. I know this is only a step in that. You have to have the teachers and instructors be able to teach that, and the curriculum around that. That's part of it. But I appreciate that. Student representative, go ahead.
I just wanted to mention how I know last time you guys were seeking a robotics presentation on, and I thought that was really relevant, and I forgot to include it in my report, but I have talked to some of the students at Olympian High School and the CTE teacher for robotics and basically all the other CTEs about a presentation, and they said they can make it next at the next board meeting. So if anybody has anything that they would like to see in the next presentation, any questions they have for students who are going through those CTE programs, email me.
Thank you, and you can communicate with the superintendent around that. Thank you so much. I know you offered that. Thank you. If there's not any questions, go ahead, trustee.
You bet. Thank you so much. And thanks for that great presentation. This is a very exciting addition to our CTE programs. A question for you. With the size of this, will it include changes in technology going forward? I don't know how quickly technology in this area changes, but as it does, will it accommodate for changing out some of the equipment we get today in the next year or two as things change?
So, Dr. Alvarez, can you please provide a response to that question regarding changing out of, it sounds like equipment specific.
Yeah, so in this particular one, it is diagnostic equipment, so it's much more advanced than the equipment that we currently have. So we are changing that out. You will see, hopefully in an upcoming board meeting, we will be looking at some electric vehicle technology and bringing that to both Bonita Vista High School and Southwest High School. So we are looking at changing out the systems that we have and bringing in the more modern technology that is now what's being used in industry.
Gotcha. And that's all under the auspices of this particular contract?
No, different contracts, because we have different services with different programs. So for this one in particular, it is updated. It is for Bonita Vista High School. We are looking at a similar system for Southwest High School that will be brought forward also soon.
Okay. As long as we don't wind up behind the curve. That was my concern.
No, these are the most updated systems that are available out there at the industry level.
Thank you. If there's no other question, I'll entertain a motion for approval of this.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia? Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura? Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And that gets us to G9.
Yes, I
Pulled by the
have
public.
one speaker, Michelle Beal.
I would personally like to thank Dr. Ana Maria Alvarez for recognizing that the Juneteenth holiday fell within summer school, and as a result would have extended the original dates to include a single Monday, which probably would have resulted in low attendance by students and, let's be honest, some staff. By changing the dates, students and staff will be able to complete all summer school hours within 14 days, and now they get an additional day to rest, relax, and rejuvenate for the next school year. Thank you, Dr. Alvarez, for making this correction. I know the summer school students and staff truly appreciate the extra time off. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Entertain a motion. Moved
Second.
and seconded. Vote, please.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
We go to H3, pulled by the public.
I have one speaker, Michelle Beal.
Each month, the district brings forward names of students to be considered for expulsion or to be brought back from expulsion. I understand that there are often times that students' behaviors and actions are so severe that the only recourse is expulsion. But I also know that there are times when the board votes not to expel. So where do those students end up? Back at their comprehensive sites? And when students are brought back from expulsion, what type of reintegration process is used before returning to comprehensive sites? Up until last year, the district used to have an option for some of these students, community day school. The students at community day school were often there in lieu of expulsion or were placed there when returning from expulsion. Sites often referred students to community day school because their behaviors on campus were so disruptive or so harmful to others. How do I know that? I worked at community day school. However, in all its infinite wisdom, the district decided to dismantle that program in its location, leaving yet again one less alternative education option for students. I bring this issue to light because one of the biggest concerns being brought forth by staff, students, and parents is safety on campus. And I'm not talking about guns. I'm just talking about regular safety on campus. Dr. Aguirre, you and I have had this conversation on a number of occasions. Many of the comprehensive sites are experiencing an explosion in student behaviors that are making people feel unsafe, students and staff. In fact, that I'm aware of this year, we've had 3 teachers assaulted on campus, and recently a student threatened to stab an administrator with a knife. And where are these students? Still on campus, with the exception of one, and it wasn't the one with the knife. I'm sure if I did a public request of threat assessments, I'd find a lot more of these incidents throughout the district. I'm asking each of you, what are you doing to address this current climate to ensure that students, staff, and parents feel that the campuses they're sending their students to are safe? I realize that the current trend is don't suspend, keep your suspension numbers low, and instead focus on restorative justice. This district puts a lot of money towards restorative justice, but I ask, who's overseeing that the restorative process is actually being followed at all of the sites? Just having a conversation with the student is not restorative. There's more that's involved in that. So maybe it's time that the assistant superintendent who oversees the restorative program starts earning their money and going to the sites to see what they can do to help provide support. Just like the safety provided to each person working at the district office, which by the way is a fortress, staff and students at school sites deserve the same level of safety when they go to school.
No further speakers.
Thank you. Any questions or comments, or I'll entertain a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
H4, pulled by the public.
Yes, I have 5 speakers. Edvar Batista?
Hello, my name is Edvar Bautista. I'm a student from Chula Vista Senior High School, and I'm a senior. This fall, I will be attending the California Institute of Technology on a full ride to Questbridge. Thank you. And honestly, like, even though I worked really hard throughout, like, ever since middle school, I gave it my all, being involved in STEM activities throughout the district, I would really not be in the position I am without the nonprofit from Jonathan, First Gen Scholars. This nonprofit, it really introduced me into a community of so many like-minded people, which I feel like it's something that I've always lacked throughout my high school years. I met some incredible people from all around the San Diego County, and just that community of support definitely, like, pushed me to give it my all throughout, like, my junior and senior years, throughout my, like, really confusing college application process. Being first generation from immigrant parents from Mexico, like, I definitely had an idea of where things were, but, like, I would not be in this position that I am without this nonprofit. So I can't stress enough how many students, like, ask me, like, where, like, how did I manage to do all this? Like, where did I get all this information? And it's just, like, I tell them about this program, like, and I know that this program has so much potential to grow with so many scholars throughout the San Diego County, but it's necessary to get funding for this program because I could not count, like, with my, I don't have a number of how many students would benefit for, like, that just need that push to, like, believe in themselves and, like, dream big no matter, like, the possibilities of their campus. And definitely First Gen Scholars is a nonprofit that definitely does that for their students. So thank you.
Thank you.
Andres Preciado.
Hello, board. Good afternoon. Hello, public. You guys are doing fantastic with all the other people speaking. It puts a lot of pressure on me. It's pretty tense up here. I feel underdressed. But yeah, my name is Andres Preciado. I'm part of Jonathan's. We're speaking on behalf of the organization. We're a nonprofit here in San Diego that's expanded to over 12 states. I'm a senior at Montgomery High. I'll be attending Boston College. Full tuition paid. Yeah. And I think this district definitely has a lot of potential that we just are, I don't know, afraid, or maybe we haven't tried to tap into it. I'm not bashing on the CTE programs. I think they're wonderful programs, but there's students that definitely crave that college side, right? So, for example, since freshman year, I found it difficult to find any support on how to kind of challenge myself intellectually at school. I asked to be placed in AP classes. They were like, well, I don't know if you can do it. And I was like, what? Well, I know I could do it, right? My friend here, Julius, he's going to Brown. They asked him if he's on track to graduate, even though he's a valedictorian. And yeah, I never really found that at my school until one of my classmates, well, she's a year older than me. She got into Dartmouth with the help of Jonathan. And I got invited into this family of Christian scholars. I was surrounded by like-minded people as myself that they're first gen. They're also going through these struggles. Like my family doesn't even speak English. You think they're gonna know how to apply to college? So yeah, this program is just absolutely fantastic because I really believe that as Christian scholars, it's kind of like a double-edged sword that we kind of face. Like on one side, we have a lot of pressure from our family, like to go to college and kind of get us out of these like economic struggles. And then the other side, society has like no expectation of us to even get to college. So it can be a little unmotivating, but through the help of Christian scholars, they never told me to not go for nothing but the best, right? They never told me that I couldn't get into any school or like I couldn't get aid or good. They're just like a family of support that I've felt that this process has been so much easier, so much stress relieving, still a little stressful, but a lot of stress was taken off my weight, and I know my partners here's weight from how to get to college. And I think that our community can benefit and have a educational renaissance with this program. And I think that it is vital for the funding to be there because other students will miss these opportunities to get to these schools and really like transform our community. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Julius Crook.
Hi, my name is Julius Crook. I'm a senior at Montgomery High School, and like Andres said, I'm attending Brown University on a full-ride scholarship. And thank you. And I don't think I would have been in this position if it weren't for first-gen scholars, because not to bash on my schools, I understand that they're in a difficult position, but they never really encouraged me or told me that I could get into a great school. Like, I was never told that I could get into an Ivy League or get a full-ride scholarship. If anything, I was actively persuaded not to take AP classes because my counselors were worried that I would come back into their office crying or depressed. And I think that without the help of first-gen scholars, I wouldn't have had that push and that help to really dig deep and like explain my story and write my strengths down on paper to show them to the colleges. I really can't thank Jonathan enough because without the funding, the First Gen Scholars Program is in the San Diego Unified District, and he paid for me and Andres' gas to go to Hoover High School every day. So we drove up from the border to Hoover every day over summer, where we wrote all of our UC essays, our personal statements, met with internships, NASA engineers, people of all different career paths, and the program really just opened my eyes and showed me like the things that I could achieve. And I think that there's plenty of other students who could benefit from this program. They truly do a lot, and they're very good at telling people not to not apply because they won't think they get in. Like, they truly motivate people, and I think that with the help of funding from Sweetwater, we can bring kids back and bring the trust back from parents, like Miss Emerald said, and show them that they can reach top universities even though we're from a disadvantaged area. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Camila Marmolejo.
Real quick, next time, don't wait until the end. You speak to the clerk of the board and come up and speak earlier. We shouldn't have waited this long. And I just want to give you that heads up, okay? I think we can push you forward in the schedule. There's no reason for you to wait an hour and a half to tell these wonderful stories. It probably would have made our evening a little bit more pleasant. You know what I'm saying?
But thank you for being here.
Hello everyone, my name is Camila Marmolejo. I am a senior from Southwest High School and I'll be attending Harvard College with a full ride. Thank you. So I just really wanted to note that I applied early action to Harvard and I was able to have this opportunity through First Gen Scholars who really inspired me to apply to a top university. Honestly, since my parents are also immigrants from Mexico, I never thought I would have this opportunity, considering the fact that they always push me, but towards like working after high school or not really pursuing a higher education. I honestly doubted myself multiple times, but it was through First Gen Scholars and Jonathan Burgos here that I really realized I had the opportunity to overcome myself and to attend such a prestigious university like Harvard. And I know that we are all aware that Southwest High School does not have the best reputation, but it has been throughout the years having first-gen scholars that more students are attending these top-tier universities, and it's definitely not a coincidence. So I do think that it is very important to fund first-gen scholars. I was also able to establish the First-Gen Scholars Club at my high school to be able to extend that support to other students, and after that, also other schools have been continuing like establishing clubs where we share like opportunities about scholarships, internships, and also assist with the college application process. And I have definitely had an experience where just having that support from the founder, from other scholars who share similar stories with me has been really impactful to me. So I really do want to give back to my community. And I think that if we do support first-gen scholars, more students will be able to pursue a higher education. Most of the students are not really aware of these resources or constantly, they just doubt themselves like I did before. But by exposing them to all of these resources, and they'll realize their full potential. And I think it's very important to note that. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Jonathan Burgos.
I had a prepared speech, but now I'm a mess because of them. But thank you for sharing. President Segura, trustees, Dr. Aguirre, all the assistant superintendents, and everyone here tonight. I want to introduce myself. My name is Jonathan Burgos. I live here in San Ysidro, and so I worked in City Heights for 13 years, helping students get into college. But my dream was always to be here, where I live, where my kids go to school, and to help support my community. And it's hard to top what they say, but I just want to make sure that why is our program important is because 1 out of every 3 first-gen students don't graduate. So I started my nonprofit because I wanted to break that, and the best way that I can do that is to help them get into college, but also get into colleges that have high retention and graduation rates, and also to help them graduate with no debt. And as you can see here, they're perfect examples of what's possible, but also they're a perfect example of the caliber of students that are part of your district. And so in terms of, like, I don't see anything of what they're doing as deficits. They have so much to bring, and schools are starting to recognize that, and that's why our students are getting into these schools. So in terms of like our program, currently we serve over 200 students in 34 high schools in San Diego, but I want to serve more here in Sweetwater. And in terms of like our students, you know, our commitment is to help them get into college. But I also want to let you know that 8 out of every 10 of our students are on track to graduate with no debt. So in terms of like filing for the FAFSA, oh, thank you. It means a lot to me because when you fill out the FAFSA, you get grants. But what I count are the scholarships that they've earned. And the average student in our program earns $42,000 in scholarships. And when the average median income for our families is $29,000, they're earning more than what their family earns in a year, just on scholarships, not even grants. So that's why they're getting in. But in addition to that, it's their stories. And for them to be able to share their stories, to build that community with each other, even though we're all from different schools, they feel that bond. And I just want to be a part of that. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be here in the district. My son is a freshman at Otay Ranch. And with the funding that you give us, I'll be able to serve up to 50 students for this summer. And I can't wait to help do that. Instead of having them go up to San Diego, we'll stay at home and we'll take care of students. And then what happens is that they take all the information they give and they don't gatekeep. They actually go and start up the clubs and they help out their peers, even without me knowing. They're helping their peers out with all their other college applications and everything. So it just pays it forward just by supporting this summer program. And eventually I hope to do more, but it starts with today, it starts with your vote, and I just want to thank you for your time.
No further speakers.
Thank you, sir. Yes, trustee.
Mr. Burgos, students, thousands of accolades for both of you. I am first generation. I am the child of immigrant parents who didn't speak English. And I had to fight tooth and nail to get to school, to continue my education. It was very challenging when my high school counselor said, I don't think you deserve this scholarship because you're Mexican and you're going to get married. We're going to give it to somebody else. I did not appreciate my counselor when my SAT scores came in and my math score was up here, but my reading score was down here. Well, I was a language learner. You must have cheated. Okay? On top of that, being female, and I don't know, back then is like, de la casa no sales si no estás casada. Okay? So I applaud what you do. It's amazing for the first generation. You will bring it back to everyone else and keep paying it forward. That's one of the reasons I sit here, because I have to pay it forward and make sure that others don't have the same struggles I did. Because it's really important. If you have the aptitude, go for it. Do it. Don't let anybody say no, because even though they said no to me, I didn't let it stop me.
Thank you. Yeah. Trustee Emerald?
Just briefly, Jonathan, I sat in one of your classes at Otay Ranch High School when we had the big career day, and I wish I had known you 40 years ago, 50 years ago, to be able to get into college without having to work 3 jobs and all of that. I was really impressed with your presentation. Now, it's just, multiply it, many times by meeting all of you scholars, and how you've taken what you've learned and you've put it into action in your lives, and it's going to make a huge difference. But remember, for those who are going back east, layers, dress in layers, and really good shoes over there in Boston, because you're going to do a lot of walking, kids.
Lot of walking.
By the way, I'm a first gen too. I finally got my bachelor's degree when I was 50 years young. So don't ever give up on education. It really is a gift, and it's a path to anything you want to achieve. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I'll entertain a motion. Or
Sure, just real quick, I'm not
Sure.
as eloquent as my colleagues, but I too am a first generation. My first language was Spanish, and I was always made fun of because of my reading, and I love to read, but just not in public because people make fun of me. But it's one of those things where thank you for coming here and expressing yourselves to us, because it's something we need to hear, the positive and the negative, because whoever's telling you that you can't do it, that there's something wrong there, they need to see themselves, they look at themselves and be, why are they doing this to our kids, our students? I know I call you our kids, but we really care about you, all of our students. Sometimes we'll hear people say we don't, but we do. I'm a first generation graduate from UCSD. I had debt, but I'm $2,000 away, but it's on pause right now. I wish I would have met you 30 years ago, but don't give up. Come back and keep helping out. Thank you for helping your friends and those around you, because the more help we can get, the better. Because I know we can't do it all. We try to do as much as we can, and sometimes it doesn't seem like it's enough. But with the help of wonderful students like you guys, we can make a big difference. And thank you for everything you do, and thank you for what you do. With that, I'd like to move. Yeah.
Go ahead, Superintendent.
Thank you, President Segura. So I just wanted to make a quick note that ever since we first met Mr. Burgos, Dr. Moore and I had a very productive meeting with him, and we felt the passion and the inspiration to support students in the South Bay. He was already doing this up in City Heights, and he could have kept doing it in City Heights, but for him to come and do it in his community, in our community, I think there's a lot of power to that, as witnessed by the testimony of our students. And I think to students, you definitely embody the si se puede. I think a lot of us are in a very similar situation, and you truly are inspirational to your peers, but also to those of us up here. So, si se puede, keep it up. And I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Burgos for bringing this work to our community. That's incredible commitment. And so thank you for working with us in partnership. Thank you.
Do we have a second yet?
Not yet.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. All right, vote please.
Carriaga?
Absolutely, yes.
Arencibia?
Is there any room to build on this? That's my yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Okay, that gets us to H5, which is a presentation.
Thank you, President Segura. For this item, I'll ask Dr. Moore to introduce the item as well as our presenter. This is a report on our Special Services Department, the way it's structured, how we provide service to students. So with that, I'll ask Dr. Moore to introduce the item. Dr. Moore.
Thank you, and good evening, trustees. This evening, we will be hearing a presentation from our Director of Special Services, Ms. Michelle Sturm Gonzalez. I think since working with the Special Services Division this year, so it's been a few months now, one of the things I've taken away from the work is that you've got an incredibly dedicated group of employees and individuals, from administrators, teachers, counselors, and classified staff, school psychologists, therapists, IAs, caseworkers. The division is really had a chance to meet individually folks who have a calling to work directly with some of our most needy students. And the work is incredibly challenging. Even earlier today, we've heard of some challenges that our students are having at some of our sites. And while we, I think, strive very, very valiantly to provide all the supports and services that we can, there are times that we need to reevaluate and reassess and replan. And my direct work with Ms. Sturm Gonzalez is in that area. She is a very thoughtful leader of her division. And I think after today's very brief overview, and unfortunately we can't get too into the weeds, as you will, with special services, there are many, many layers, and tonight we'll just be providing a very, very brief overview. But you will see not only the passion, but the dedication and wherewithal that Ms. Sturm Gonzalez is bringing to this division. So with that, I introduce Michelle, and thank you.
Good evening. Pleasure being here, Board of Trustees, Dr. Aguirre, and President Segura, and public. I come to you kind of a humble servant here, working with Special Services Department. Been in this district since 2003, started off as a teacher at Montgomery High School. And I know for a fact that at the root of Special Services are an amazing group of individuals who answered a calling. It's been a difficult time since we've come back from school closures. There certainly have been needs that have arisen, and we're going to look at some of those needs. I won't read from the slides, but just highlight some areas. We could probably go for an hour in each area if we wanted to. Lots to talk about. But just at the start, 24 comprehensive sites, 5 alternative sites. We have 28% of all certificated and classified staff is special education staff. We have 67 members in our district office that support those staff members out at the school sites and alternative sites. Within that tree are all of the different departments that we work with. Just today alone, I met with general ed teachers, school site admin, human resources, IT, legal, labor relations, and finance. So that's just one day. And on the right-hand side, you'll notice some of the outside agencies that we also coordinate our efforts with in support of students transitioning into the community and support of our parents living within the community, accessing their supports. Quick demographic, we provide those services to the 7th graders through age 22. After that senior year, if a student does not receive their diploma, we do continue to provide them services until age 22. The state average for students with disabilities currently, well, we always work in the rears, right? So last year, 2022, it was 15%. And just so you're aware, a little over 80% of our students with disabilities are included in general education courses. They're not in isolated courses with a special ed teacher. They're with the general public and their peers. And if you wanted to just look and compare enrollment through the years, from 2018-19 to now, we've had decreasing enrollment overall, but you noticed increase in special education enrollment. That does not stop, and that's no different this year already. And it's different funding because of that ADA monies that we receive. So we get unique and we get creative with how we're able to provide those services going forward. We have multiple teams in our district office. They are small teams, but they are mighty, and they provide supports throughout. Specifically, I'll draw attention to our alternative ed and non-public school team. They listen to recommendations, referrals for the unique programs. Our mental health clinician team developed a curriculum for group counseling so that they can support students in group sessions with their colleagues. Our office technical support team, although there's only 11 of them, they are responsible for supporting us with almost 6,000 IEPs every year and all 29 sites. The speech and language pathology team, they introduced a program called Peers this year, which supports students with autism and their parents and how they communicate around social concerns that we know all adolescents go through. Their disability is specifically related to communication, and therefore at the home, they have a harder time being able to approach those conversations. We pair with the parents, pair with the students, and then give them some roles to be able to practice that communication system. And last, I just want to mention our visual impairment team. We had 3 of our students come in second place, for the state for a Braille challenge just this past weekend. So I'm going to look at a few of the needs that we have. I'm looking specifically under the LCAP areas so that we can focus in on those and talk a little bit about our recent response and some next steps. I'm highlighting number 1, we have since the school closures, we did suffer great losses and shortages. We've hired 75 new teachers since we came back from those school closures, and 80 plus instructional assistants. I'm happy to say, though, we've been able to provide teaching and mentoring to those teachers who are in the programs and in our classrooms. We've had instructional assistant trainings for all of the new hires that as they come on. And then we've even had an increase in our assistant principal supports. And as special educators, we wanted to support them as well in how to discipline and to work collaboratively with those students in those classroom settings. Post-pandemic, we certainly had that learning loss recovery. The students who were sitting at home aren't able to interact on a screen as well as some of their non-disabled peers. So we knew that coming back, and we ended up planning for it using some of the funding that we were given through the state. That included getting behavior intervention specialists that support all of our school sites through a referral process, and embedded rotations because students who have learning loss can't all stay after school. They can't all come to Saturday school. So we wanted to embed those interventions and teach those teachers how to have the rotations so that they can do that. In addition, we adopted a push-in mobile reading clinic using a very well-known reading system. We have a team of teachers that have pushed into the middle school classroom settings and provided interventions, pre-assessment interventions for 6 weeks and post-assessment for all of those students, and then moved on to the next one. And that really gave them that acceleration they needed to get caught back up to where they left off and keep going forward. Last on this page, I wanted to mention the social emotional learning embedding that we did. This year, we added an allocation specifically to each school site in support of the social emotional needs of those students. That teacher then received extensive training, and we have a monthly meeting that we continue to give them training. They bring concerns that they're having and or want to talk about what's happening at their school, bring up the caliber of interventions that can be provided to students who really struggle with social emotional regulation. It quite often will interrupt instruction. They're not able to stay throughout the class, so supporting those teachers with those tools. Looking at equity and culture, we want to draw some attention to what I already mentioned, the increased enrollment. But what can sometimes come along with that if we don't have systemic interventions and supports is increased assessment. And so being able to team with our school sites in providing tiered interventions has been a central goal for us. Support with student services and Dr. Moore's team. One other thing that has happened is our non-public schools have suffered closures as well. Non-public schools are funded primarily on attendance of students going to the school. Post-pandemic, we have quite a few students whose parents chose not to go back to that setting. They might have chosen to go into a home hospital type setting. That lost their funding. Unfortunately, to this day now, I've just heard of the 4th non-public school that's closed. And it's very sad because they can be our partners in supporting students who really require unique programs. And so what this has led to is us being able to increase the supports that we can provide here because it's less and less likely we can have a place to place them outside of our district. So building our own capacity, building our own structures that can support those students is what we're looking at. And then last on this page, the 50% increase to special education referrals for behavior. Students being in isolation for 1.5 years truly led to a diminishing ability to regulate and to be able to have a mental health capacity that helps them stay in school all day, every day. And so what we've also done is we created what we call our BEST team, a behavior support team. They receive these referrals. Then they also go out and they've done at least 25 trainings at 25 of the 29 school sites for data collection and support of being able to provide interventions for students. One of the things to move forward is us being able to, this last school that's closing actually during spring break, is to build transition plans for those students so they can have the continuity of their services going forward. Next, the parent and community engagement, and this is really my heart and soul. Being able to work with parents has just been such a huge impact. The large gaps to special education staffing that we noticed, we met by partnering with human resources and providing recruitment efforts. We did an IA outreach, instructional assistant outreach, sent flyers home to families, students, teachers, all faculty. We ended up having over 100 participate in our first week offering, and close to that in the second, and about 3/4 of that in the third. So we've been able to continually replenish our systems with more instructional assistants and healthcare assistants doing part of that. The other thing we were able to do is start a paraprofessional to teacher pathway. So we have quite a few of those vacancies of teachers are now, or were instructional assistants and now are special education teachers. They are entering their credentialing programs with their bachelor's, but that means they need a lot more guidance. And so we've hired teachers in our district office that are on special assignment, and their specific caseload is to work with these new teachers and support them as they move forward in their programs. Another thing is our parent outreach. You know, parents were cut off from community services as well. Regional center services, for many of our parents, they lost contact with their coordinators. They didn't even know who the new coordinator was. So we became kind of the conduit for our parents in reestablishing that contact with the outside agency supports. It's been somewhat slow, but we've had 10 parent nights from the first year to this year. We recently held a parent night for SSI and SSDI, and we had over 200 participants. So parents are thirsty for more information. We have another one coming up where we're going to be connecting teachers with outside agencies at our PDC, and I look forward to sharing that with all of the parents and the students as well. And really, it's just bridging that gap. They had gaps just like we did. They had shortages in their institutions just like we did. And so bringing these people back together because their people are all new, just like some of my people are all new. So it's been nice to be able to bridge that and build understanding. And the last thing I really want to accentuate is our response to parent concerns. So we have parents sometimes who feel something has gone wrong. We heard about that tonight, right? In fact, it took everything in me not to just hand him my card, but I already know who it is, so I'm gonna call him in the morning. But what it is parents need somebody they feel they can trust and talk to. They need somebody they feel is going to listen and do something. So we have created and hired a neutral individual that is allowing us to intercept parent concerns, leading to less of a need for due process. It's ended up helping us to prevent disputes that would have otherwise gone in that direction. And we have those individuals also provide outreach to the parents in an IEP, Understanding Your IEP series, and basically helping them to read the IEP from beginning to end so they feel they have the knowledge and the skill set to sit in their IEP and talk with conviction and talk with what they believe they want for their student and work with the team to get there. And then we might even send one of our neutral providers to that IEP to sit with the parents and the team. We could do follow-up work and sometimes might offer other services that we think might be missing. But that has been also through funding through the state that we're going to be able to keep going forward. Even though that funding's gone, we've been able to find those resources to move that forward. Last, I'd like to just note, 94.8%, I did the calculation, of our special services employees provide direct support to students with disabilities. There are very few people that sit behind the scenes. They are hands-on, boots on the ground. And I recently listened to Hidden Brain. It's a podcast, pretty neat podcast. They talk a little bit about awe the other day. And he had a gentleman talking about when he saw a rainbow and how inspired he was by that rainbow. And he was just overwhelmed. And I can honestly say what brings me awe. I wish I could be out there telling all of these teachers, cheering them on, the healthcare assistants, the instructional assistants, the support providers, but they truly do inspire a feeling of respect and amazement in me every day. They show up. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have some questions, comments? Yes, go ahead, trustee.
Excuse me, Mr. President, did you want to take public comment
Sure,
first?
sure.
Sorry.
Yes, no, thank you.
Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Thank you for
Michelle Beal?
letting me know.
Yes, just one speaker.
Thank you.
Oh.
I 100% agree with Ms. Strom Gonzalez that the passion behind people in special education is amazing. Unfortunately, a lot of those folks are really burnt out and overworked, so I understand that as well. I'm happy to see that for at least 1 month, we have $0 being paid in special ed settlements, leaving our year-to-date total at $581,738.63. It's interesting that we had a report tonight on all the wonderful supports we're providing our special education students, which then again always brings me to the same question. If we're offering so many supports to our special education students, then why are we still having to pay out so much money in settlements? In reviewing the report presented tonight, one individual that was left off that does a lot of work at special services is the counselor, Ms. Lainey Torres. Also, the report speaks to a number of special ed teachers hired, which is great. But let's be honest, it doesn't really address the large number of teaching vacancies still not filled. Vacancies which have been filled for almost the entire year in some instances. For example, at Life School, the students in that school have had a substitute teacher for 11 months. The substitute is a nice person, but not a credentialed teacher that can provide the supports described in their IEPs. I ask each one of you if you would be okay with your special education student having a substitute for 11 months. And when you speak about the supports that we offer all the SPED Learning Center students who used to get 2 hours per day one-on-one time with a teacher and are now being referred to independent studies because their programs are closing, in independent studies, those students are now going to get 1 hour per week of one-on-one time with their teachers. Many of those students are fundamentals who need the most support. How does that meet our obligation to provide supports described in their IEP? I certainly don't fault the teachers because I know in fact that they're going to do everything they can to serve those students in the short time allocated to them. The report also highlights 6 alternative education sites for special education students. Just so you know, most of those programs are already at capacity, which leaves comprehensive sites with little to no options for kids who still need more services than they can provide. That's probably why, even with many of the MPSs closing, we're still paying for roughly 70 students to attend non-public schools. Moving on to mental health the clinical team. I'm always happy to have mental health, but 11 total for over 5,400 students with IEPs, most of which has these services in their IEPs. I know we can do better. If we all recognize that mental health is at the forefront, then shouldn't we be increasing those numbers to serve our students? I guarantee if you asked, you'd find a number of those students who have ERMs in their IEP have not received ERM services this year. I'll close by referring you to the statement on the last page of the presentation. Remember why you started. I can't speak for anyone else, but I started to do right by students, and that what we are offering for our special education students isn't doing right by them all the time.
Thank you. Trustee Lopez Cepeda, go ahead.
I had some questions on the report. Going to special services and teaching and learning, what is the reading program that is being used to?
Linda Bell.
Linda Bell.
Yes.
Okay.
We had 9 teachers that volunteered to be trained, and we worked it into their schedule so they could remain at their sites, still teach classes, and support us with a mobile clinic.
Okay. And on special services and equity and culture, when you were speaking about transitioning the students, that's the students that were on non-public schools transitioning back to Sweetwater.
Or to another location.
Or to another location.
Trying to find them a placement that's going to give them their offer of FAPE that they need. We do have that team, that alternative ed team that supports students in those transition plans.
Okay, and then my next question. The instructional aides who are working towards their special ed credential, are they like in the internship program?
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
And the neutral mediator?
Yes.
That's an outside person or someone within the district?
That is an internal person, but they've been trained through, I can't remember the name of it, but an extensive week-long training that provides them that neutrality. And when they're speaking and supporting parents, they're offering them the advice so that they can sit in the meeting supporting the parent.
So they also serve as an advocate for the student.
I think the parents might see it that way, but they're meant to be neutral. They're not meant to advocate for the student, so that they make sure that there is a mediator facilitating that meeting, that all voices are heard.
Good. And really important, re-engaging the parents. If you have the parents with you, you're succeeding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll just add, thank you for the presentation, first and foremost. And I learned about the neutral mediator. I think that's really important, and I really appreciate that. And I remember when you were doing the IA certification trainings back last year, right? That was huge for us, and that was a good model that I think other people probably have copied since then, and that's good. And then the parent nights, understanding IEPs, that's super important, and that's out there. So that's, we're not back here, you're not back there trying to hide, you're out there trying to educate, because that's how the student benefits the most and the family benefits the most, is by.
A parent who goes informed to a meeting, their emotions go down and they want to speak with you, work with the team. When you don't know what's going on, you start to accelerate and have a different
Yes, the
feeling.
collaboration is there. Yes, I absolutely would agree. And I'm not an expert on that, but I am married to an expert on that. So,
you are.
and I do get that. I just appreciate all that work that you do, and thank you for those questions, Trustee Lopez Cepeda. Did anybody else have any questions or comments? So, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
So, no vote on that. Do you want to just keep on powering through this? Yes, okay, so we can go to, next up is K5, correct?
Yes, thank you, President Segura. So K5 is a report on the 2022-2023 second interim financial report with a staff recommendation for a positive certification indicating financial obligations can be met during the 2023-24 and 24-25 fiscal years. With that, I'll ask Dr. Salkeld to lead this discussion. Dr. Salkeld.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguirre. I'm waiting for the clicker. Thank you. So good evening, President Segura, Board Trustees, Superintendent Aguirre, and Cabinet and Community. So we're providing an update on the current year 22-23 budget. This is another opportunity. We last met in December to provide an update on activity. These are the items we'll be covering, but I'll go to here. We looked at first interim was through October. We're now looking at data through the month of January. So that gives us an opportunity to update our projection of where we think that June will end up for our current year budget. But it's also another opportunity for the board to certify, as Dr. Aguirre mentioned, what our out years are like. Because it's a 3-year window, current +2. And as we go through the financial information, we'll highlight how we are reaffirming positive again at second interim. And so, as I've highlighted in the past, it's always the data at a point in time. We do have some new variables that we'll be highlighting, because as you can see, since first interim, the governor released the budget on January 10th. So there's a couple of factors there that are now incorporated into the planning for next year, for 23-24 and the subsequent year, as well as some new information regarding enrollment and attendance. That's what's based off of our CalPads. So we have new information to utilize as well for the second interim. So this really kind of starts the work ahead now over the next few months regarding budget development. We've been meeting with our school sites as well as our departments to pull the information together so that we can bring that forward in June along with the local control accountability plan. I'm just going to highlight a couple of things that was in the governor's budget proposal that impact the financials. Most of the key areas are around the local control funding formula, particularly around the cost of living adjustment. The governor's proposal from first interim, which the rate or the percentage went from 5.38 to 8.13. So that differential is going to be highlighted in our subsequent slides. But it's also an area for us to monitor over the next few months as we look forward to the next update at the state level for May Revise, because we're starting to get a lot of feedback that perhaps this COLA may not be fully funded. So it's just one of those things for us to kind of monitor over the next few months to see how that plays out. One thing to note also, the governor, that was based on January, new developments with the federal and the state tax filing deadline has been extended to October. So that's going to be a key consideration for the Department of Finance as they provide an update with May Revise, because they will not have those cash receipts to rely on. So our number in May is going to be impacted by that as well. The other item that was introduced during the governor's proposal in January was this equity multiplier. At this point, just on early information from School Services of California, only one of our schools would benefit from that proposal, and that's Alta Vista Academy. It's about $50,000. And again, looking at categorical items, they'll also receive the COLA. The other item, which we did have to adjust for in the second interim, the governor's proposal had a reduction to the arts, music, and instructional material block grant. That was originally allocated at $21 million. They've kind of, in essence, almost like a mid-year reduction, what we've experienced many, many years ago, reduced it down to about $13 million. So that adjustment is reflected in the second interim. That is per the guidance that we received from the County Office of Ed and also the state, what they call the common message. We made that adjustment as well. And so that'll also impact us from a cash flow standpoint, because we were assuming of receiving the remaining 50% of that $21 million allocation in May. So now we had to also adjust our cash flows. Okay. So with that background there, we now start to look at the different variables around enrollment and average daily attendance. So you can see just historically, again, kind of year over year, the decline, and I'll go here to the next slide so you can see some of the numbers. What we do have now compared to first interim is our CalPADS data that we submit to the state, looking at our student enrollment it's certified in January. And so we use that information to incorporate into our revenue calculation, which is a local control funding formula calculator that we also review with the County Office of Ed during the interims. And then we've also updated our out years. So as you can see, we put in that last column just as a reference where we were at with budget development just around this time. You can see the change already. We've already started to make further adjustments where we're seeing those cohorts coming in much smaller. So we've made those adjustments. Those are reflected there. And so with that, putting all those factors into the calculation, you can see from first interim to second interim, and what we've kind of highlighted there in the green boxes. One key factor that does impact revenue this year, and it's associated to that CalPADS, is the unduplicated percentage. There was actually a slight uptick to that percentage, so that translates to about a little over $4 million in current year revenues. With that uptick, it rolls into what's called a 3-year rolling average for the unduplicated, so you can see that change impacted 23-24. You've got the cost of living adjustment that I mentioned earlier, and then also our attendance. We're kind of holding our attendance at about 91, just slightly under 92%. The district has historically been at 94%. I was in a meeting on Friday with the Legislative Analyst Office, and they're seeing this trend across the state. This is not unusual to just Sweetwater. Many, many districts are well below what they have historically been at. So it's an area that they're looking at statewide. There was an expectation to rebound after COVID a little bit more so, but we're not seeing that. And so that does have a revenue impact. So we're going to closely monitor that. This upcoming Friday is what's known as P2, which is an attendance cutoff. And it's critical because it becomes the funding basis for next year. So we've been doing a lot of reach outs to our schools to make sure that we've got all our attendance incorporated so that it's in those final numbers. So it's something for us to continue to focus on and see if we can improve. So with that, the next few slides are just some other assumptions on our federal and state funding sources. Our expense assumptions is what we look for the out years, kind of our step and column. Pension contributions, we did receive an update through the governor's proposal. This ties to what school services provides. It's known as called a dartboard, where some of these numbers are included. The CPI, as we've all experienced with inflation rates, the CPI did increase in the out years, so that is a change from first interim. So we see slight expenditure projections for the subsequent years based on these new numbers. Okay, and so with that, this slide here highlights the different reporting periods that we've already done to date. So you can see from revenue on line 11, that change from first interim column C to column D. Again, that going back to the little $4 million in revenues. And then we go through kind of the expenditures, kind of monitoring where we're at this point. And then when you look at column D, that row 23, I believe, it looks like a deficit. We highlighted this during first interim, but now you can see it there with the $29 million. As a reminder, is $26 million of that is that payoff of the L Street debt obligation that we did a few months ago. So that is in essence like a deficit spend. It's utilizing those one-time reserves to make that payment. So we're projecting about an $87 million fund balance as of June at this point in time. So with that, we now look at the multi-year, and so with the $87 million, and then you can see in the out years, row 10, column C and D, so where there is a surplus of revenues to expenditures, that is attributed to those cost of living adjustment that was in the governor's budget. So you are seeing, in essence, a surplus from our revenues to our expenditures. And then with that, all the different considerations that we have in the reserves, what's required and what's been assigned. Okay, so it's a good financial position. And then the next few slides tie back to what we have in the standardized account code structure, which is part of your package. The report around all the different funds. For your reference, Fund 11, which is our adult ed, our cafeteria, and our capital funds. Those are reflected for you there as well as a snapshot here on the presentation. So that's just as a reference. And then our cash flow position is positive. We're anticipating about $55 million come June. So we'll closely monitor that. We're already starting to build out preliminary estimates for next year. That's also an ask from the County Office of Ed. It'll get further refined as we get May revise. So come May and June, we'll refine that a little bit better. And then with that, we are bringing forward a recommendation to the board, positive recommendation, or positive certification, so that we can remit the items to the County Office of Ed for their review.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Do you have any questions or comments from the board? Trustee Emerald?
Thank you very much. Thanks for this report. I appreciate it. The cash flow issues, you talk about the money going forward. Is that essentially spoken for, or is that money that could then be reallocated?
So from a cash flow, we look at our budget, what we've got allocated, and it's a matter of timing, such as like revenues. It's when that will come in, as well as then our outflows tend to be as primarily more around payroll and vendors. So it's a matter of timing. It's what's accounted for in our budget.
And we were talking about adding more teachers and the plan going forward. Will that excess funding then go toward bringing on new staff and doing the reorganizing, for example, with special ed and other programs that are wanting?
However, the priorities are noted in the budget. We will then account for if there are any changes or increases, then we increase the payroll from a cash outflow standpoint, yes.
Okay. And then you were talking about Sweetwater isn't the only district that's losing students, that it's a general issue. Where are the kids going? Have you been able to really track that? Are they staying home? Are they going to private schools, charters? Where are they going?
Dr. Geary, you might want to highlight. We've been spending quite a bit of
So we've done a
discussions.
number, thank you.
Superintendent?
Thank you, President Segura. That's a great question, Trustee Emerald. We commissioned a demographic study, and at the end of the day, what we found is after the 2007-2008 recession, the birth rates never really got back to the place where they used to be. So in essence, there's not enough kids to replace the students who are graduating on an annual basis. So that, coupled with the high cost of housing, as well as diminished levels of immigration, kind of all those factors coming together really lead us to that place. Even when you take into account, sometimes there's a question about charter schools or private schools. If you take everybody together, there's just less kids, is kind of what it comes down to.
Gotcha. I remember several years ago, Sandag released a report about the population of San Diego County going forward, and they said the bulk of the new population would be locally born rather than people who are coming here from snowy and cold places and all. But I know that the issue of housing costs and the quality of education were mediating factors that also keep people from moving here. So where do we take this?
Well, I think there's within a diminishing pie, if you will. I think our efforts revolve around making sure we communicate kind of what our schools are doing. I think that's definitely part of the effort. Again, earlier we noted how much we do in the area of visual and performing arts, in the area of athletics. So again, just highlighting that through communication with our public writ large. Also partnering with our feeder districts, because at the end of the day, as a secondary district, we have the ability to work with our feeder districts to get information out. Partnering, some of the things we've been talking about is partnering our middle schools with our elementary schools, and as well as improvement of the physical plant. And so that's where the bond program comes in and some of the work that Ms. Quirk is leading. So I think all those, it's taking a multifaceted approach, a multi-layered approach. But at the end of the day, again, the demographic studies we've commissioned reflect what was reflected here is there's going to be less students. So I think for us is to be able to conduct a thorough analysis. There's going to be impacts to physical plant. There's going to facilities. There's going to be an impact to staffing. There's going to be impact to various areas. And so for us really to be able to do that in a thoughtful manner that mitigates for some of the more draconian effects, I think is a strategy we want to take.
Gotcha. Just two more quick comments or observations. I guess that we can also start marketing ourselves in a different kind of way, that Sweetwater is better than the guys up the road. We offer more opportunities, more variety, cultural experience, all that. But last question for you. You're saying there's one day when everybody comes to school, and that's the day that we wind up getting looking at our money, our ADA money going forward. Is that correct?
There's a couple of, we monitor enrollment continuously, but from the state, they have what's known as a measurement period they call P1, which is the Friday right before the winter break. And then that's when the state advances this from July to December based on that prior year information. Then they look at that P1 and make adjustments to the cash payment, the apportionment from February on.
Okay.
At the end of the year. And so then they look at this next one, P2, this Friday. It's just they look at another snapshot, and then it's for the basis for next year.
Gee, is it too late to send out notices to parents to please get your kid to school on Friday?
Great minds think alike. So we've been working with our communications department to provide reminders. There's a fiscal component to it, but the reality is we want to make sure our kids are in classrooms learning. That's the bottom line. So we have been providing some reminders through our communications office.
Oh, that's terrific. As long as they make it to those doors, and Johnny and Jeannie get shoved out the door, and you're going to school today, that would really be nice to get that word out.
There's also been attendance recovery efforts too, like with Saturday school. So a lot of our schools have been doing that as well to help.
Yeah.
Very good. Do you need a motion to accept this report?
Yes, do we have any more questions?
No.
Yes,
I just wanted to add, I think the fiscal state of our district, this is the strongest we've seen it, definitely the last year and a half to 2 years, which really speaks to the work that has happened from the business side of the house, but as well across the district, and to some of the supports we received from the state and federal government. So I didn't want to have that go unacknowledged. But
Thank
really,
you.
the work that has gone on to put us in this strong place, I think, is really important.
And regardless of the strength of the place we're in, we also have to be cognizant that this will rely upon the financial decisions that have been made up to this point. So it's not like we can now go on a shopping trip and restore programs or expand things that otherwise are unfortunately going to have to go by the wayside, right?
Finding that balance.
Yeah, the balance, you're saying. Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to thank Dr. Sacco. As always, thank you, Dr. Sacco. As always, you provide a really succinct explanation, and you've been one of the folks that's actually pulled us out of this, and I'm really appreciative. As you know, starting this when we started 2 years ago, it's been a markedly different result. So thank you.
Okay. If not, no other questions, I'll entertain a motion for approval of
So
the
moved.
second interim report with positive certification indicating financial obligations can be met during the 23-24 and 24-25. So motion and seconded, vote please.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez de Peda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. Come back at 25 after. reconvene and move on to K6.
Yes, I have one speaker, Kathleen Shears.
Respectfully, if I keep coming to these, you might want to get a bar in the women's restroom. The seat is a lot lower, gets lower every board meeting. Respectfully, I am recommending the board seek an alternative auditor. This board's previous negative comments on this very issue, as it related to Moss Adams being awarded an extended contract, is indicative Sweetwater should seek new auditors. While I believe you will vote to approve, I would once again recommend, as I have for the past 14 years, that an in-depth scope be placed for our bond expenditures. Every year I stand here recommending in-depth scopes, every year ignored. Yet it is fact once the SEC announced their investigation, Crow came to this. Crow came back to the previous board recommending an in-depth scope while presenting a bigger price tag for their services. If those members of this board and the previous audit subcommittee chair would have listened to me back when they first took their seats, the stain of Mr. Fine placed on the board members for their failures never would have occurred. His words easy to find. It simply takes research. As he personally shared, Mrs. Cheers, I've been listening to your comments for many, many months. I want you to know you were right. Additionally, I'm inquiring respectfully as to why the audit subcommittee's chair report has not been posted on the district website since 2017. Please do not receive this comment as a cloud on the continued excellence of Dr. Salkeld and her valuable team. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments on the board? I'll say that the I am the chair of the Audit Finance Committee, and the full committee unanimously approved supporting this, letters of engagement with Crow. So I'll just add that.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez de Peda? Yes. Segura? Yes. Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And then we'll go to L1.
Yes, I have one speaker, Michelle Beal.
Ms. Emerald, you asked where a lot of the students are going, and I think one of the things is safety first. That's at the forefront, and trust in public education. Last month in my public communication, I highlighted the inefficiency of management in the Human Resources Department. I focused on a plethora of items, and tonight I'm here again to speak about human resources, but this time they highlighted their own mistakes in the media. On February 22nd, 2023, The Voice of San Diego published an article about a teacher who had been found guilty by a court for inappropriately touching a girl, and yet ended up back in the classroom. Which classroom? A classroom at Otay Ranch High School, which appears on tonight's Certificate of Personnel Recommendations. The article revealed failures in district hiring practices, though a spokesperson for the Sweetwater district said, the teacher was properly background checked and the district had done its due diligence, but clearly something in the process went amiss. Although the teacher didn't lose his credential, my question is, why did our Human Resources Department miss all the red flags associated with this individual? I personally am not an expert in human resources, but I do have common sense. And even I could see the issues with this applicant. So I wonder, how did this department miss all those red flags and still process this application? And how many more are there out there like this? Why would a teacher who's been with the district for 25 years suddenly leave that district to go work for another district, which is only 16 miles away? That never happens unless, of course, a teacher was released. On his EdJoin application, when he answered yes to if he'd ever been released from a job, why didn't the Human Resources Department call his previous district and ask why? Or better yet, do a Google search. Everything's on Google these days. His previous district confirms that Sweetwater did not contact them and said if they had, they would have shared the reason for the teacher's dismissal. I ask you, which member of management in the Human Resources Department failed to call on this individual? Which member of management cleared this individual and put his name forward to Otay Ranch High School? Which member of management processed and signed his contract for employment? Why are we not doing a better job of vetting staff that we hired? Isn't that what Human Resources Management is tasked with doing? Isn't that the isn't the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources charged with seeing that all processes are followed and then taking responsibility when they are not? Someone should be held accountable for putting students at risk, and parents should be outraged that the lack of oversight in the Human Resources Department that is placing these teachers with our students.
No further speakers.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda? Yes. Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so I need to ask for a motion to reconsider a item that was missed, L3, that we needed, a community member had asked to pull, and we missed it. So I need a motion to reconsider the consent agenda.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda? Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Now we would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda as previously stated, with the addition of L3 being pulled by the public.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Excuse me, Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. My apologies, that was my fault.
So L3.
Yes, I have one speaker, Katina Rondo, I'm sorry.
She left.
She's
Thank
calling
you.
in now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. As you ready yourself to approve rate increase for substitutes, consider those CTE teachers that have had to perform so much work without pay. At our most recent open hearings for our bargaining unit, CTE teachers spoke of not having a prep period, and they were required to attend PLCs without pay. The MOU you just agreed to doesn't take effect until July. Where's the respect now? Where has it been ever? Can we look further into perhaps they are and may have always been misclassified? Also, with regards to substitutes, and I want this on public record, someone from our association needs to speak up. It appears my union leadership is in a chokehold and has no vocal box. Our principal gave our bargaining unit work to a substitute. That's right. And it took many months of people dragging their feet to remove students from them. Ed Code states that subs they should not have a caseload, and they cannot be a teacher of record. Twice this happened this school year. I'm certain Vernon Moore is aware of it, as he oversees our All-Ed program. After removing students from the substitute's caseload at the end of the first semester, the principal brought it again to FAC and forced it just last month. My colleague informed me, and once again, we brought it to our union, who reported it to Anna Pedroza. This appears to be an unfair labor charge, and for whatever reason, my union leadership and your administration just continue to dance around this very serious matter. I have had enough. We have had enough. No more. Ms. Pedroza, you may have an ally in my union leadership, but they too have bosses to report to, and the boss has been informed. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Do you have any questions or comments, or I'll entertain a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Move to second. Vote, please.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Gets us to M2, pulled by the public.
Yes, I have one speaker, Kathleen Shears.
Well, truth be known, I failed Jim. This is true. I did. Trust me. I am the sister of student athletes, the mother of student athletes, and the grandmother of 2 stellar student athletes. I recognize the importance of sports for our high school youth. Having said that, it is fact. Few, and I mean very few, student athletes reach the summit of athletic careers. Take note, the name school district, not athletic training district. A few months back, I spoke on the deplorable conditions of Castle Park High. I shared an Instagram account hoping you would take the time to view the page and see for yourselves the deterioration and view the effects the rain of La Nina has poured down onto this campus. Windows pouring water inside the classrooms, sewage backups, classroom floodings, deteriorating building supports, and on and on. Did you take the time to view this Save CPH Instagram account? Have you taken the time to tour the school? I will not bore you again, because I know you're bored, with my involvement with the Montgomery High School restoration, but I will, for the matter of public record, remind you of the firm hired to provide the master plan of October 8th, 2018 for every Sweetwater campus. They provided the board and the community with a color-coded list of priority recommendations. If you bother to review Castle Park High School's, new field is M, as in Michael. On the list, M as in after A, after B, after C, after D, after E, after F, after G, after, I should have been a drama student, after H, after I, J, K, and L. And what were the A through L recommendations? Infrastructure, modern classroom renovation. So as respectfully as I can, what does that say about the priorities of Sweetwater? You spend over $1 million for a district-wide master plan, and then you put that very master plan on a shelf. The state does have some authority over the safety of our schools. They fund. There are requirements you are charged to follow. You are not. I've been respectful. I've been patient. You have failed to do what you are legally charged to do, so now Mrs. Cheers will do what she is compelled to do. And hear me clearly, Mrs. Cheers is compiling all the data needed to present a clear picture of your failure. Please do not receive my comments as a failure of Ms. Quirk or her staff as they operate under the direction of you. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Mr. Entertain a motion?
I've got a question.
Yes.
If I may. These modernizations and the rehabs and all that are in line here, is this somehow a new list? I'd like somebody to respond to Mrs. Cheers' comments here.
This is, if I may, President Segura?
Superintendent.
Thank you, President Segura. So this is not a new item. This was previously approved by a board at multiple previous meetings, and this is allowable under the bond language. So again, the question may be around priorities, but at the end of the day, there's multiple projects being planned for Castle Park High School.
Right.
And this particular item is about topographic services.
When you say topographic services, could you define that, please?
Yes,
In
I can.
layman's
But
terms?
yes, I'll ask Ms. Quirk to expand on that.
Sure, good evening, thank you. What you see up here is when we do construction projects, there's a variety of consultant services that we need. And so topographic is one of those, so they're going to come in and survey all the elevations, and we also, you'll see soils, et cetera, so we can make sure we have all the data and the details to construct properly.
Gotcha, thank you, I appreciate that, not being in that trade. And it is important for the building to be able to stand and withstand the elements, so I get that. And as long as this has been approved, it's approved under our bonds, I have no problem with it. And I think that we're probably overdue providing some of these services and improvements in our schools, the older schools, especially Castle Park.
Superintendent.
Yeah, if I may, there are 4 schools in our district that do not have the artificial track and field, and all 4 schools are located on the west side, which could be deemed an equity issue. So that's just for context.
I have a question.
Yes, Trustee Lopez-Abetta.
So in 2018, there was a master plan, and it indicated that infrastructure classrooms were to come before athletic facilities. So where are we? Why are athletic facilities occurring before the infrastructure, before the classrooms?
Superintendent.
Thank you, President Segura. So I don't know that that was a sequential list. It was, I'll ask Ms. Quirk for that work, for that answer or response. It was identifying all the different areas of work. Ultimately, it's the board's responsibility to identify the priorities. It's not a consultant's role to identify the priorities. Ms. Quirk?
Sure, thank you. The 2018 master plan, we had not had a refresh of that since about 2006. And so what we did back in 2018 was went through the campuses and identified what infrastructure costs would be, what modernization would be for buildings, and or what new costs would be for a few new buildings on each campus. It was not in terms of order of priority, the new letter references are just to identify projects identified on the colorful site plan you'll hear folks reference, and then that is associated to a cost per project spreadsheet, so we can reference and do a roll-up of the entire cost per campus. And we use that as a roadmap for recommendations to bring forward to you, and then to continue that engagement and conversation. And we're actually queuing ourselves up for a facility subcommittee meeting the first week of April in preparation of a kind of a workshop, so we can all be having the same conversation moving forward in light of the funds that we have in front of us right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Motion to approve?
Second?
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Carriaga?
No.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, let's move on to 01.
I have one speaker, Kathleen Cheers.
How often will the results of these inspections be made available to the community? How does one obtain the testing results per site? Is a PRA necessary for report results? Past horrendous issues dating back to the early and middle 2000s relevant to this issue is why I'm inquiring. Contrary to popular belief, lavender shampoo does not affect the brain. I did attend those meetings. I do know what I'm talking about. Thank you very much.
No further speakers.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for request for 01, backflow inspection services.
moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Move on to 02, pulled by the public.
I have one speaker, Kathleen Cheers.
Under the great leadership of Dr. Aguirre, then Assistant Superintendent in Facilities of Maintenance and Facilities, strict adherence of maintenance requirements and reporting was instituted. I know you remember that, Mr. Solis, Mr. Segura. My question, have the requirements he initiated been adhered to? Are copies of those reports available to the public, and how would one request them? Is a PRA necessary? I would like to recommend some type of transparent resource you trustees, school site employees, and community members have the ability to view, setting mind at ease those maintenance requirements are being performed. Thank you.
Any questions, comments from the board? I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Vote, please. 02.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda? Yes. Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, let's move to the last one is Q4.
Yes, I have two speakers, Katina Rondo.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, board members and any RIF teachers listening in the audience or at home. I want to draw your attention to some concerning information from board documents. According to these documents, there are 117 individuals employed under temporary contracts in 2020-2021 school year. This year, that number has skyrocketed to 205 individuals, representing a more than 75% increase in the use of temporary contracts. And there are even more temporary full-time equivalent positions in the district due to the teachers teaching 1/6. Considering contractually allowable limits, there could be up to 45 additional full-time equivalent positions in temporary FTE at sites as 1/6. This is outrageous. It's crucial to note that school districts are only permitted to issue temporary contracts for a limited number of reasons. And this sharp increase strongly suggests that the Human Resources Department may have exceeded its allowable temporary allotment. This is particularly troubling given the department's difficulties in performing fundamental human resource functions, such as reference checking, as revealed in a recent Voice of San Diego article about a teacher who touched a student inappropriately, yet still ended up teaching at Otay Ranch High School. The blatant disregard for the rights and well-being of our hardworking RIF teachers is unacceptable. If you are a RIF teacher who has not been recalled, I encourage you to ask yourself if you should have been. As a dues-paying SEA member, you should also be asking who has been representing your interests in holding human resources accountable for appropriately balancing the numbers and recalling teachers in a timely manner. I urge you to email your SEA leadership and assigned CTA representative to express your concerns about the inflated number of temporary contracts. You should also reach out to Anna Pedroza at Anna, ANNA.Pedroza at sweetwaterschools.org and copy your SEA leadership to inquire about your position on the reemployment list in your respective credential area or areas, and when you can expect to be recalled. Finally, if you have already tried to engage your union and they have failed to represent your interests, I encourage you to contact Public Employee Relations Board, also known as PERB, at area code 916-322-3198. Again, area code 916-322-3198 for assistance. It's time for a change. It's time for accountability. Thank you.
Michelle Beal.
For the past 9 months, I've actively requested information from the district to help balance the number of allowable temporary counselors. Recently, after 9 months of waiting, I was finally provided with all the necessary information needed to do my job in representing my members. I sat with all of the information, and despite my disdain for math, I literally calculated every single thing to make sure that I was balanced. With that said, based on the information provided to me, I do believe the district has exceeded its allowable temporary allotment. I have requested that the counselors be timely recalled. On March 8th, I sent communication to Labor Relations requesting counselors be recalled and requesting that Labor Relations respond no later than March 15, 2023. To date, I've yet to receive a response, not so much as an FU. Please know, as president as SCGA, I value and prioritize my commitment, the counselor's commitment to students, and will continue to work towards their best interests. Since, as you stated tonight, Dr. Aguirre, this is the best financial situation we've ever been, I'm sure we can expect to have this rectified in a timely manner.
No further speakers.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Or entertain a motion of resolution number 4837.
I do have a question of Dr. Aguirre. What would be your response to these comments?
Certainly. There are definitely many layers to this particular question. I'll ask Ms. Pedrosa to address it, and if necessary, Ms. Carbuccia from Labor Relations. But this really goes above and beyond just a simple budgetary issue. But Ms. Pedrosa.
Thank you. Good evening. I think the first thing that I'd like to share this evening is that this item is being brought in March of this year. We're doing that in an attempt to bring back teachers in a much more timely fashion so that people don't leave our district in June not knowing if they have a job or not. So I think that's the most important thing that I'd like our board and our folks to understand about getting ahead of things. Additionally, in terms of the number of temporary teachers, we have not exceeded the number of temporary teachers that we are allowed by Ed Code. Ms. Carbuccia, I'm sure, may weigh in just a minute in terms of the different types of funding that we've been using to pay for some of the teachers. So because it's different kinds of funding, we've not been able to bring back folks on a permanent basis. But rest assured, the intent of bringing this in March is to let people know sooner than later that they have a job, and we do not want them to leave Sweetwater.
So I am going to tag team on that. Under both teachers and counselors, we have reviewed both the allowable number of temporary teachers and counselors, so certificated staff, that are out due to leave of absence, out due to part-time status, out due to the fact that they're funding through a resource position, out due to the fact that we are able to fund extra to ensure we kept our caseloads, kept our student, even when student enrollment dropped, we kept counselors present at a site instead of displacing them. That was a choice of one-time funds. We have analyzed those numbers specifically as it relates to counselors, specifically as it relates to teachers. We have provided spreadsheets showing that we believe we are within legal compliance. We have not yet responded to Ms. Beal's request because since she doesn't like to do math a lot, and the fact she did it, I want to make sure I look at my numbers again. I've reviewed them with finance. We have reviewed them with HR. We will review them one more time before we provide an answer. We have worked with our SEA partners as well to show them a spreadsheet at multiple points in the year upon their request that is worked on by finance as well as by HR to make sure we're in legal compliance.
Thank you very much.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura? Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, that concludes our meeting tonight. Thank you, everybody, for participating, and we are adjourned.